and welcome to the November 19th, 2021 California Board of Accountancy Strategic Planning Workshop. My name is Nancy Corrigan. I'm the president of the California Board of Accountancy, or CBA. Before we convene, please be advised that the meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 11133, which allows the CBA to continue to conduct meetings via teleconference through January 31st, 2022. At this time, I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed, our Board Relations Analyst, to take roll call and establish a quorum. When Ms. Reed calls your name, please unmute your microphone and state your name, and then please remember to mute your microphone once you have stated your name. Thank you. Ms. Reed?
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Michael Savoy.
Michael Savoy, present.
Mark Silverman.
Mark Silverman, present.
Mary Jiang.
Mary Jiang, present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Sochi Leon.
Sochi Leon here.
Luz Molina Lopez.
Luz Molina Lopez, present.
Dee Dee Owens.
Dee Dee Owens, present.
Ariel Pay.
Ariel Pay, present.
Deirdre Robinson.
Deirdre Robinson, present.
Katrina Salazar.
Katrina Salazar, present.
And Yin Tu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. And I want to thank the SOLID team for conducting the strategic planning workshop and helping us toward accomplishing the important goal of establishing our strategic plan for the upcoming period. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. This time, I would like to introduce our presenters, and their bios are in your materials. We have Elizabeth Cornell, Strategic Business Analyst, and Ann Fisher, Facilitator, to conduct the strategic planning workshop. I think we've all become familiar with the soothing and calming voice of Elizabeth since last year, 2020, and our virtual meetings, and have appreciated her. She joined the SOLID team in 2016, facilitating strategic planning, mission, vision, and values workshops, and employee satisfaction surveys, focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and training. So you can look further at both hers and Ann Fisher, who came to SOLID from the state teachers retirement system, where she was administrator to the benefits and services executive officer. They both helped us a great deal through some touchy technical issues, and we are very, very appreciative of that. So with that, I'd like to turn that over to them for the balance of this program. We will break for lunch at 12:30 and begin our regular business meeting at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Corrigan. This is Elizabeth Cornell. I am going to facilitate along with Ann Fisher the planning session today. So Ann, I'll let you introduce yourself or greet everyone.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for rolling with us through this accelerated session.
Thank you. So our role as facilitators today, we're here as neutral parties. So we're here to provide structure to the strategic planning session, help you all develop objectives for your upcoming strategic plan. So we're here to guide you all and document your discussion. So basically recording your objectives for you as you brainstorm them and refine them. We will check for understanding, so at times you will hear us asking questions to make sure we captured it correctly. So you'll hear one of us facilitating while you'll see the other one typing your objectives on the screen live. And we do encourage, if you see any misspelling, we will take care of that at a later time. We want to make sure that the main point for today, the goal is to capture those objectives. So we ask you to please minimize distractions, respect each other's contributions. We all have different experiences, different backgrounds and knowledge. If you can all please be respectful of each other. We ask that you do participate and contribute. This strategic plan will be from 2022 to 2024. So those are the objectives that will be reflected in that plan. So we do ask you to contribute to the plan. And we also ask that you be willing to reach consensus. Your exact objective or someone's exact objective may not be there 100%, but if we can all work together and find an objective that can work best for the board and for the consumers. So the agenda for the planning session portion today, we will review the strategic planning process. We will then review quickly the CBA scans. We'll give you a couple minutes at each goal area to review the scan. And then we will guide you in the development of strategic objectives. So I have a quick activity for you. So I'm going to pass the presenter role back to Anne here so we can facilitate this activity. So on your screen, you should see many numbers scrabbled up. And I think we're trying to fix the screen here so it can be full screen and you can see all the numbers on your screen. And perhaps at 100% and maximizing the There you go. Thank you so much, Anne. Okay, so for the board members and executive team and the staff as well, if you would like to participate, you have a lot of numbers on your screen. So with your finger, and careful if you have a touch screen, point at, when I get started, I'll give you 30 seconds. Point at each number starting with number 1. So in chronological order, you want to reach all the way to the highest number that you can in 30 seconds. So you'll find number 1 and then you'll go find number 2 and 3 and so on and go in order until the highest number. Do you have any questions before we get started with this activity? No? Okay, again, it's on your screen. If you have a touch screen, be careful so it doesn't change your screen window there. So we will get started now. Okay, 30 seconds are up. Would anyone like to share what's the highest number they got to? Just feel free to unmute your microphone and let us know.
5. 10.
10, okay.
12.
Okay.
Hey, where's 4? Did somebody find 4? I only got to 3 because I can't find 4.
It looks like a plus. That stopped me in my tracks for a while too.
Can't find 4 either.
So there's a strategy to this. And if you can share the strategy, please. And it's very faint. I apologize for that. But there's boxes. There's a series of 9 boxes starting from the top left. So 1, 2, 3, you go down a row, 4, 5, 6. And then the last row from the left is 7, 8, 9. So there's boxes and you can find the number in each corresponding box. So for example, the 1 is found in 1. The number 2 is found in the second box, number 3 in the third box, and so on until you reach number 10, which you will go back to box number 1, which is there. Box number 2 should be 11, and so on until you reach the highest number. So now that you see there's a strategy to it, I'll give you another 30 seconds without the grid. So if we can switch back to slide or page number 1. So I'll give you an additional 30 seconds to start over from 1 and reach the highest number. So any questions before we get started again? No? Okay, so starting now. Okay, 30 seconds are up. Did your numbers improve this time compared to the first time? And would anyone like to share?
49.
Wow.
Much better.
Wow, that's impressive.
Fivefold.
Yes. So the point of this activity is to demonstrate the benefit of strategic planning. So with strategic planning, you create a guide of all the efforts that you should, the objectives that you would like to accomplish. So without the strategy, so looking just at the numbers here, it's all of those tasks, all of those fires that you have to burn out, all of those just projects that pop up not out of nowhere, but things that you need to address as a board. But when you develop your strategic plan, it gives you strategy, gives you a guide. It guides your efforts to accomplish your mission, your vision, and values as a board. So that's the purpose of strategic planning. So now moving on to agenda item number 2, which is overview of the process to develop the California Board of Accountancies 2022 through 2024 strategic plan. So strategic planning answers 3 main questions. Where are you now as a board? So that's answered by your mission and values and the environmental scan, which you all received, and you will skim through before developing objectives for each goal area. So that the environmental analysis lets you know what people are perceiving of the different stakeholder groups. Where are you going as a board? That's determined by your vision, your goals and objectives. So today you will develop objectives, and typically those objectives address issues found in the environmental scan. So where are you going? You're going to address issues found in the environmental scan or other projects and things that you want to cover in the next couple of years. And lastly, strategic planning answers how you will get there as a board. And that comes with action planning. And we also we facilitate action planning for our clients as well. But this is internal, so it's with management and staff. So once you all develop the objectives today, we will then offer action planning where the team, the staff and management can break down those objectives into specific tasks so they can accomplish each and one of them. So the strategic planning roadmap. So in the beginning or in June, around June of this year, we started with preliminary meetings. We met with CBA. We decided what the process will look like specifically for CBA. We tailored the strategic planning process to each of the boards. Then from June to October of 2021, we started with the environmental scan, which is the biggest portion of the strategic planning process. There, we conducted surveys online. So we sent out surveys to external stakeholders, to advisory committee members. We conducted a focus group of the CBA management team. We conducted interviews and also sent out surveys to board members and interviews of the CBA executive team. So we compiled all of this information, we formatted, we analyzed it, and we came up with trends for you all to be able to digest all of that information. Today, we're at the planning session. So we will facilitate the planning session for you, but you will review the environmental scan. You will all be able to develop objectives based on not only the scan, but other items that you think should be addressed during the upcoming strategic plan. So you will get a chance to look at your mission, vision, values, and goals, and that way that can further guide your objectives. After today's strategic planning session, Solid will go back with all the objectives that you all developed and put it into a report, into a Word document, and send it to the CBA executive team for any refinements of the wording. And then that strategic plan draft will be brought to you during the next board meeting where you can review, make edits if needed, and approve that strategic plan. After that, it can be published, it can be placed on the website and all of the preceding items. And lastly, action planning, which according to the timeframe should be in 2022. Action planning, again, it's after the strategic plan has been approved, and then the executive team, the management staff, again, it depends on the client, how they would like to proceed with that, but we will help break those down into specific tasks, target line, deadlines, and performance measures. So for your environmental scan, these are some of the numbers, the response rates. We had a response of 3,161 from external stakeholders, 9 advisory committee members, 8 board members, and 16 members of the executive and management team. The breakdown for the external stakeholder group, 3,009 of them were CBA licensees. 28 of the responses came from associations or professional groups, 16 came from consumer groups, and 13 from government entities. So now we will move on to the next agenda item, item number 3, overview of the California Board of Accountancy environmental scan strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So this is the methodology that we used for gathering feedback from each of the stakeholder groups. So just a reminder, there may have been different avenues. So we did online surveys, focus groups, and then we did interviews, but they all had the same questions, which consisted of what are the strengths and weaknesses internally for each goal area, and then what are the opportunities and threats externally in the environment in which the board operates in. So for strengths and weaknesses, any internal resources or capabilities that can help the board accomplish its missions. For strengths, for weaknesses, any deficiencies in those resources and capabilities. So you'll see these for each goal area. When you're developing objectives, typically our board members concentrate on the weaknesses, on those summaries and recommended objectives to try to address those issues in the upcoming strategic plan. For the opportunities and threats, it's also found in the environmental scan, addressing trends outside in the environment which may impact the board, and you can also address those in the in the strategic plan. So with strengths and opportunities, you want to capitalize on them, and with weaknesses and threats, you want to make sure to mitigate those. So now moving on to the next agenda item, I will pass it over to Deanne Pierce.
Thank you. So this item just really gives an overview of the 2019-2021 Board of Accountancy objectives and whether or not it was complete, each item was complete or is ongoing, and then provides a little status for each of the objectives. Staff put this together more as just a reference for the members as they start looking at developing objectives for the next strategic plan. So I have staff and I are available if any members have any questions, but again, just a reference so that you have an update regarding the final outcomes of the objectives for the 19 to 2021 strategic plan. I'm happy to go over each goal or each objective, but just at a time, I'm welcome if there's any specific questions. Just want to be sensitive of the time we have and focus it on being able to identify objectives for the new strategic plan. So I'm happy to go over each one, but also I'm fine if we want to just use this as a reference document and then kind of move on to the next agenda item.
We can move on to the next one too.
Actually, Deanne, this is Katrina. I have a question. I wasn't sure. Are we doing hand raising or are we just shouting out?
I can't see everybody on my screen, so
Okay.
from me, I'm going to say shout out, which I know
Okay.
goes against President Corrigan's request.
Okay, sorry, I clicked a little button for the hand and I wasn't sure. So the one question that I have is in goal 1 enforcement for 1.3, which is acquire leading technologies for case management. I was wondering if you could clarify, does that ongoing goal already include sort of the CPE audit automation as well? Because that was one thing that I might bring up if it doesn't. So I guess that was my question is there anything already embedded within our strategic plan for the technology related to the CPE? So I wasn't sure if it was just which kind of discipline cases and which kind of enforcement.
So I'll start, and then if Chief Franzella has anything to add, I welcome his input. So for right now, what we have as a pilot project is it's going to start out with online complaint submission to the board, and that's being paired up with a pilot project for expanding the online license renewal portion, which on the license renewal side, that will include being able to report CE online. It's not necessarily a tracker, but the online system will be able to, identify if there's deficiencies that are identified during when they're keying in their different CE courses on the worksheet. So I think what your question is relating to is more CE tracking, CE audits as it relates on the enforcement side. Is that clear?
It is. And so I think I'm hearing that's more a licensing comment than it is an enforcement issue, maybe.
Yeah, and so on the enforcement side, there's a couple things. Like I mentioned, the pilot project for the online license or online complaint form. Then there's some additional automation on the enforcement side that will be after that. We're getting through the pilot project, getting those up and going, and then we'll start looking at more opportunities for case management, for kind of additional items, case management, if there are ways to automate the CE audit, function that we conduct for licensees. So right now we're in just this pilot project phase. So as we get to the new, identifying objectives for the new plan, I definitely see a continuation of that automation component, both in the area of enforcement and licensing being something that the members may want to consider.
Thank you.
This is Sochi. I'll jump in with a follow-up question on 1.4. On the status, I don't get a clear understanding if we are reducing the average number of days or we're still in assessment mode from a KPI or metrics perspective. So can you provide if we are making progress in the objective from a metrics perspective and reducing the average number of days to complete the law enforcement process?
So I'm going to have Executive Officer Bowers answer this question for you.
Thank you.
Actually, my apologies, Sochi. I was having difficulty hearing the question. If you could maybe pull your mic closer or.
Yes, I have one too many machines here, so apologies. Hopefully this is the mic up here. If you can just provide a more detailed status on 1.4, reducing the average number of days to complete the enforcement process. And I'm asking because I'm just wondering if we are getting closer to the goal or we're not, so that we can determine if this is something we should keep. And I know there's a lot of metrics that we review every meeting, but here I'm not getting a crisp understanding of where we are.
So the Department of Consumer Affairs has established performance measures that apply to all the boards across the department. And we don't have them listed in here, but there are certain performance measures that we are achieving, and there are others that we're still working towards. And so on this one, I would say there are still areas that we are working towards to accomplish those performance measures. Oh, are they in there? Oh, I apologize. Actually, Dominic's showing me on the screen. So if you go to page 18 in your materials,
Yep.
and it's in the SWOT analysis, they're listed there. So I'll give you a moment, Sochi, and see if that helps you. Thank you, Dominic.
Yeah, I see quarterly trends, not annual trends. So I do see improvements quarter over quarter over the last 6 months.
Yeah, and let me have Dominic if there's any additional details as far as the progress that we're making.
Thank you. So, Ms. Leon, the trends that you see on page 18 are basically what we generally see quarter by quarter and year by year as it stands. We've historically, I think with the exception of maybe 1 year, managed to meet all the performance measures with the exception of the one that's called formal discipline. That one has always been in excess and has fluctuated over the years to be as high as, I don't know, close to 900 plus days, to averaging as low as maybe 800 days. So that's the one performance measure that continues to be one that we strive to reach. The other ones are historically met or exceeded, not in a numbers day, but in terms of we are well below the performance measure. So it is a particular one that we would continue to likely want to include in the enforcement objectives, because until such time as we actually reach that, it is something that my team strives to try to do in terms of the investigative or the formal discipline one.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. So we are making progress with this goal. There's still opportunities from a discipline perspective and maybe other enforcement areas. Thank you.
Well, and Sochi, I might just also add that it is likely this year that at a department level that we may be revisiting those established performance measures. They've been around for many years, and I think the Board of Accountancy is not alone. I don't know if any of the boards actually at this point have been able to achieve the performance measure for formal discipline. And so that's something that the director has established an executive committee to address issues that come up department-wide. And this is something that potentially that committee may look at and revisit to see if there needs to be department-wide adjustments to some of these.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from members regarding any of the other goal areas or objectives under the goal areas? If there are none, then I will turn it back over to Elizabeth and we can continue on the agenda.
Thank you. And I wanted to confirm, I see on the agenda, the next item is a break before we get started with agenda item 5. Is it okay to start with agenda item number 5 and skip that break, or?
I think since it's only, this is Nancy Corrigan, Elizabeth, it's only 9:35, so why don't we go for a while and then determine if we reach a point where we need to take a break, then we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So continuing on with agenda item number 5, discuss the establishment of objectives to achieve goals identified for the California Board of Accountancy's 2022 to 2024 strategic plan. So let me go ahead and get the PowerPoint here to the right spot. Okay. So you're all going to help develop objectives today for each of the goal areas. You have 3 resources today at your disposal. Your expertise is the number 1. You all have your own expertise, your own experiences, your own backgrounds and knowledge. Number 2, the strategic objectives workbook that was disseminated to all of you previously. And hopefully you have some notes of some possible objectives. And lastly, the 2021 CBA environmental scan, in which you can find summaries of the strengths, the weaknesses, you have recommended objectives. And just a quick reminder of the roles and responsibilities. The strategic plan, the strategic direction of the CBA rests in the hands of those involved today, developing the strategic plan. And please remember that consumer protection is the mandate. Staff is responsible for putting the strategic plan into action and ensuring that those strategic objectives are completed. So we do ask you to please consider the limited time and resources. And as I explain how to develop how to most effectively develop objectives, since staff and the management team and staff will be putting these into action, we do ask that you create objectives that are clear to make sure that staff understand what are the tasks that should be completed for those objectives. So the goal areas that we'll be covering today is all 7 goal areas: enforcement, licensing, customer service, outreach, laws and regulations, emerging technologies, and organizational effectiveness. So to develop objectives, we have 2 tips. One is following the SMART objectives. By SMART, we mean specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-based. Specific, again, we want to make sure that those objectives specifically detail what exactly needs to be done, so there's no misinterpretation, no confusion. Measurable, so the success can be measured. So when the performance measures or metrics are established during the action planning, those objectives should be developed in such a way that they can be measured. Action-oriented, using action words again to be specific and giving staff and management instructions exactly what it is that you need to get done. So I'll show an example in the next couple of slides. Realistic is something that should be possible to obtain, and time frame. By time frame, typically it follows the time frame of the strategic plan, so 2022 to 2024. However, if there are objectives that have a specific deadline, please mention those in the objectives. So the second tip we have for you is the objective formula. So pretty much when you develop your objectives, if you can have an action word, the actual issue, and the why or the benefit. So by action words, for example, the first objective here is create. The issue is an expert witness manual for subject matter experts, and the why is to increase effectiveness of reports. So the action word create specifically gives the staff and management instructions of what exactly are you going to do. You're going to create the issue, the manuals for experts, and the why to increase effectiveness on reports. So when they are creating the manuals, they know what the vision or the reason, the benefits. So when they're developing them, they'll keep that in mind to address the issue. So moving on. Any questions before we get started? with the goal areas and developing objectives? And feel free to raise your hand. No? Okay. So we will get started with the first goal area, which is enforcement. For enforcement, you have the goal area statement on the screen, and summaries can be found on page 9, 10, and recommended objectives on page 19. The recommended objectives came from the CBA executive team and yourselves, board members. So I'm going to give the presenter role to Ann Fisher, my co-facilitator. I will give you about 1 minute if you would like to take a look at your notes, those recommended objectives, and then we'll get started documenting your objectives. Again, feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, so the minute is up, and we'll be displaying the PowerPoint in just a moment. And I would like to provide a friendly reminder that we do have limited time and that we allotted about 20 minutes for each of the goal areas. And we're going to troubleshoot the PowerPoint here for just a moment. There you go. Thank you, Anne. So if we can zoom in just a little bit and perhaps close the ribbon at the top, and so we can get a better view. At the very bottom right corner of the ribbon, it disappeared. And thank you for your patience, board members, as we solve our technical difficulties here. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get started with enforcement with the first objective. Please raise your hand if you would like to contribute an objective for the enforcement goal area for the upcoming years.
This is Katrina Salazar. I mean, this sounds terrible, but you know, some of the ongoing goals that are already in our 19 or the strategic plan that's closing out are really still applicable. So, I mean, I guess I would start with that and say, are we allowed to keep those goals because we are still working on them?
Yes, you are allowed to carry on objectives from your previous strategic plan, especially if they weren't completed yet. You can definitely do that. Is there any specific objectives that you would like to, that you suggest carrying over?
I like 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. I can't give you those titles. There we go, because I'm having a hard time toggling back and forth between my sheets. But those are still big issues, I think, that we need to focus on. Maybe we need to refine them. That I don't know, but.
Thank you. So, and if you can copy and paste 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. And I have two additional hands up, one from Xochitl, and then we have Patty Bowers. So Xochitl, as we're working on the screen here, we can also capture your contributions.
I had a similar observation, and I'm just trying to figure out what got copied over, and I'm having a really hard time reading the screen. But the bottom one, 1.4, was in regards to enforcement and time frame. I completely agree. And then I'm trying to read 1.3 again and 1.2. 1.3. Oh, so 1.3 is around technology, automation. I completely agree there. The one that might not be here yet is around outreach. And that's a suggestion that I completely agree with in regards to continuing to proactively educate consumers on how to report wrongdoing and all the community outreach that the team does online and in person and virtual environment.
And that is also a carry-on, the outreach, or is that in a new one that you're suggesting?
I would say, I don't know if it's in the earlier one. I don't think it is. So I would add it as a new one.
Okay. And if we can add it as a new one, and if you can please repeat that objective again.
So action, it would be to proactively educate consumers on how to report wrongdoing through our various channels of communications.
Is there a benefit or a reason why?
There's new people who are becoming adults who are working with CPAs, and this is something that is core, so that we can embed new knowledge to everyone that's, starting to use CPA services as an example.
May I suggest, Sochi, we could summarize that comment, because what you said is on target, but maybe just to say to enhance consumer protection?
Yeah.
Alignments to this objective?
Thank you.
No? Okay, thank you. And Nancy Corrigan, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I do want to comment that oftentimes, Sochi, we cannot hear you consistently. Like, we didn't hear most of what you said, even though now we can see the worksheet completed. So maybe speaking directly into the mic or something would help going forward, because you have really good ideas and everything. Thank you. Yeah, I had seek, and I changed it to request as the action item, market competitive salary levels or classifications with the why to retain and attract qualified professionals for enforcement. Thank you.
And Luz Molina, I see your hand is up.
I'm sorry, moderator, were you calling on me?
Yes.
I could not hear you. Now I can, right now when you said yes, I heard you perfectly. I was just down there. Where was I? I'm looking at our environmental scan, and I love that you've included all of this detail in there. It's incredible. I'm on page 111, looking at some of these comments about enforcement actions are wordy. For example, I'm reading off of some of these comments that are on here. We need to be help each other understand a little bit. We want there was another good phrase in here about providing stories. So I would like to see an action where we do provide stories in a more sort of colloquial language, you know, perhaps not so unfamiliar, or I mean, I understand CPAs know their environment, but we're also talking with the public and people that are seeking services, and they may not be as privy to the jargon. And so I really like the suggestion someone said about providing stories, such as, you know, why this person did something wrong, why they were cited, or whatever, you know, what the outcome was, in a narrative that's a little bit more familiar. So my action would be to provide, I guess, a narrative or a story, to give an example or to try to and explain why someone got in trouble. And the reason why is to just help people understand, sort of in more familiar language, the trouble that occurred, and you know, how people can learn from that so that they don't get in trouble. I don't think I provided a lot of clear explanation. I see you trying to type my notes. So I guess my action would be to provide stories that help explain enforcement, at least unique enforcement matters that came before the board, and how we solved those issues. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And
sorry, to add to that, so one of the ways I imagine seeing a story such as this would be in some of the outreach literature that we provide, or the update e-newsletter. If there could be, you know, a little paragraph in there that explains, oh, this is interesting, you should know about this, and learn.
Okay, so we did capture here, provide stories that help explain unique enforcement matters and how the board solved those issues. Can we remove narrative in more familiar language, or would that be part of the why?
So yes, you can remove that, but I do want to point it out. I do want to focus on the fact that several of the comments that were received from stakeholders do state that enforcement actions are written in, you know, such complicated terms, or I don't know what they're reading, but for a layperson who is not very familiar with, you know, legalese or the jargon or whatever, it would benefit them to receive this information in a familiar sort of conversational way, not so bogged down by, you know, business code professions such and such, and all of this and all of that. More familiar language.
Thank you. So if we can include the objective, and so provide stories that help explain unique enforcement matters
to the layperson.
To the layperson. Okay. To help explain unique enforcement matters when reporting actions to the layperson and how boards solve those issues. And then the benefit would be to benefit licensees and consumers.
just understand complicated matters in a more simplified way or
Okay,
familiar way.
thank you. Did we capture it correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm open to any of that changing based on my my co-members' comments.
Thank you. And Carrie Ann, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I jumped in line in front of Carrie Ann, sorry.
And Carrie Ann, I see you're next. Your hand is up.
Yeah, I found that across several of the areas, including enforcement, licensing, to a certain extent, customer service and laws and regulations, there's an issue with differentiating between the different constituencies that are served by the CBA. You know, there seems to be a misunderstanding of the mission and role of the CBA and, you know, how each constituency engages with the CPA. So, for example, under enforcement issues regarding our weaknesses around enforcement as it pertains to licensees is different than our issues around enforcement as they pertain to consumers, and are different than the issues as they pertain to even us as board members. And so I think that in each of our objectives that we're, you know, trying to identify, I think we should be clear about which objectives are intended to target which constituency. And, you know, even where an objective may target multiple constituencies, I still think we should be careful about addressing them, you know, separately. So, for example, and going back to the other comments that were made, you know, if you go back to the previous slide.
Okay.
So the first reporting on wrongdoing through our various channels of communications, how we do that to inform licensees should be different than how we do that to inform consumers. You know, and in Luce's example previously, explaining enforcement in a way that licensees understand it is different than explaining enforcement in a way that consumers understand it. Consumers, they do need a narrative that is more accessible to a layperson. However, a licensee, they need to understand the enforcement in a way that is particular to the profession, because the expectation is that if you have a license, you are expected to understand the technicalities of the profession. So clear enforcement regulations are going to be technical for a licensee because that's the expectation, and we should be communicating the specifics of the regulations. But for the consumers, we'll want to explain to them why we enforce these actions the way that we do, in a way, and under the assumption that they don't know what the regulations are, and they're not expected to know and go learn what the regulations are in order to understand, you know, the actions that are being taken. So I guess just making sure that in each of these areas that we, in our communications, we communicate about our actions in a way that is targeted towards the constituency that it is being communicated to. And the reason why we're doing that is to ensure that we are being effective in our communication with that constituency group.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. And I have a follow-up question. Are you looking, this almost sounds more like advice on how to refine the previous objectives that have already been suggested. Did you mean for this to be an actual objective?
as I'm talking before, it started out as sort of a suggestion for the previous objectives, but I actually think that across each of these areas, this is something to keep front of mind. That as we're crafting objectives, we should not conflate the constituencies that we are in, that are the target audience for whatever action we're taking. We should be mindful. So in enforcement, maybe in each area we just restate this just as a reminder that when we're talking about enforcement, we want to talk about communicating enforcement issues to licensees different than we communicate enforcement issues to consumers. And when we're talking about licensing, we're talking about it, communicating about licensing different to licensees than we are to consumers, and so on and so forth.
Mhm. Thank you. So I want to make sure I captured it correctly. So it's more like a guidance for each of when developing the objectives. It's not necessarily an objective, it's guidance. Okay. So we can go back and refine the objectives that were developed to make sure that the why or the stakeholder group that it is impacting is clearly stated.
Yeah, and it may mean that you sort of, so like that last one about the explanations, it may mean that we have basically two duplicative objectives, and one of them is geared towards licensees, and one of them is geared towards consumers.
Okay. Thank you. And we can, I'll call on the last two hands and then anyone else who would like to contribute, and then we'll go back and refine the objectives that we have on the screen. That sounds good. Carrie Ann, did you have any additional objectives or comments?
Not on this one. No, thank you though.
Thank you. And Michael, actually, Katrina, did you want to go next? You were right behind Carrie Ann.
Oh, okay. Yes, as long as I'm not jumping in line in front of Mr. Savoy. Carrie Ann, when I guess hearing what you said, I think you've hit upon a really excellent idea. And I can see it actually being a standalone item on the plan, and so I'm open to either way. But what I processed when you were describing that is that a standalone could be something along the lines of to enhance enforcement communications to target stakeholder groups in order to inform and educate. And so maybe just as an alternative to just keep it very clean, rather than doubling everything. So I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out and engage you and see if that was what you were headed towards, or maybe I missed the comment.
Sorry, Michael, I'll just jump in and respond just really quickly. What I thought you were going to say, and I think it may be more efficient, is just to make it an overall objective of the Board of Accountancy, is to ensure that we are clear that we're clear in acting in ways that address our different constituencies, or that we are mindful not to conflate our responsibilities to our different constituencies, and we keep that top of mind in our actions. That's not exactly the objective, but that's the idea. The idea is just, we have a tendency to talk about consumers and licensees combined, and we should be more mindful about separating out those different, responsibilities and constituencies.
Thank you. Katrina, any additional comments? No? Thank you. So Michael Savoy, you're next.
Yeah, it wasn't so much adding to this other than the observation I make in looking at the summary of our strengths and then looking at the summary of our weaknesses, where so many of them seem so dynamically opposite. So I'm not sure how many people are saying we're great at what we do in an enforcement environment, and then how many people are saying that we're horrible, we're strict, too excessive. These kind of things are just troubling to me, unless those are people that have been disciplined. So it was just this observation, and how do we dovetail that into our strategic plan? I guess the biggest thing is communication. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, typically with all of our environmental scans, you have the opposites. You have a group that says the opposite of what the other group says. So you'll see them reflected in the strengths and the weaknesses. So strengths, horrible customer service, weak, and this is just an example, it wasn't CBA. And then the weakness, the strength is great customer service. People, and the way that I see the environmental scan, these are people's perceptions. So you'll have people that think one way or the other. So it was a large group of people who took the survey. And so you have these different perceptions. And in responding to them, in the objectives and the strategic plan, I recommend perhaps just addressing whether you know if it is really a weakness, or if you know that there could be some training or improvement in the customer service, definitely develop an objective for that. But if you are sure that the customer service is great, and I mean the strengths even mention it, then at that point is perhaps, like you mentioned, communication, perhaps any clarification out there if you feel it's necessary to address it in the strategic plan, not necessarily to say, yes, we have bad customer service, but more explaining, hey, you know, communicating or trying to address their concern, which is not the actual truth. But thank you for bringing that up. And I have 2 more hands that are up. And after that, because we are very limited on time, we will go back and refine the objectives that we do have. So everybody has the opportunity to give their refinements for each of the objectives. So Carrie Ann, I see your hand is up.
Just to Michael's point, when you look at the effectiveness ratings for each of the areas, because I did notice that as well, Michael, when you look at the effectiveness ratings of each of the areas, however, they all are pretty consistent in that we are mostly effective in each area. And so to me, that suggests that the you know, oppositional statements are most likely from people that are specifically impacted, as opposed to it being, you know, an overall, you know, measure. But it might be a suggestion to Solid that in creating these effectiveness ratings, maybe asking a couple of questions that are more targeted to give us some more insight into where some of our weaknesses really lie. You know, whether these are outlier comments or whether they are indicative of, you know, real issues to address.
So Sheila, I see your hand is up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And you're muted now.
How about that?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'm learning how to use both devices here. Just to build on the comment from our 2 board members, I would say scale matters. And when we're looking at these numbers and you look at the percentage, it's about 2%, right? So the fact that we're reporting on absolute numbers and not looking at percentages sometimes might look like the issues are bigger than they are. So one recommendation where we can add scale, 2%, if 5% is the best practice in having negative feedback and you're at 2% or 1%, how much weight do you put on that, right? And right now we don't have scale, but a 2% level of complaint is okay. And I was just looking at page 15, just honing in on the comment that Mr. Savoy made. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will go back, and if we can go back to the first slide again, we are working on very limited time here. So if we can refine these objectives, not necessarily the grammatical, that can be taken care afterwards, and you'll get to see the strategic plan again in the next board meeting where you can get to review, edit, and approve. but just to make sure we capture the main points, the issues for the strategic plan. So we have, these are the rollovers, and if we can, we can delete the, actually we can leave, that's fine. Oh yeah, if you can delete those, please. So the first rollover was maintain adequate staffing to support efficient case management. Are there any refinements that any of the board members would like to make? Any large refinements, not necessarily in the wording, but in the structure of the objective? Or are you good to go with that objective? And thank you, Anne, for making it bigger font. So I'm going to take silence as we're ready to move on to the next objective. And again, we're trying to refine these a little bit or finalize them.
This is Katrina Salazar. My only comment might be maintain might not be the right word today. It might be more advance or strengthen or bolster, staffing, because I do think we're in a little bit different situation, but that could be wordsmithed later.
Okay.
I just think that we need to mitigate vacancies and create pipeline in enforcement staffing.
Okay. And I think you can hit Control All and increase the font size for all of them at the same time. Thank you. Any additional refinements or suggestions for the first objective? Danjik, Dee Owens?
Instead of acquire technologies, could we say implement?
Okay, implement technologies.
Because a lot of the comments that I read are around timeliness, and if we don't have the right technology and implemented and in action, it's going to be difficult even with adequate staffing to improve.
Okay, thank you. So implement. Anyone has any other recommendations besides implement? Are you okay with replacing the term acquire? Okay, no objections. So implement leading technologies for case management and simplify the process to reduce case completion timeframes. No additional refinements to this one. We'll move on to the last objective here of the ones that got carried over, and is to reduce the average number of days to complete the enforcement process for those matters resulting in formal discipline, consistent with the Department of Consumer Affairs formal enforcement performance measures. And Anne is working on making that font bigger. Are any suggestions, any refinements to this objective? And again, please feel free to raise your hand. No, leave as is. And is there a why? Is there a reason why you, Dee, I see your hand is up.
The difficult part for me with this third one is it's almost the first to help us achieve the third one. So, but I do agree it needs to be an objective, because the why is actually, the why is to, improve. If we act faster, then we basically have the discipline process start sooner, we remove the risk to the public, and we also educate other licensees on issues that they probably should avoid. But to me, it almost is like if we're able to accomplish the first two objectives, we can accomplish the third objective.
Okay, so should it be removed?
I don't know. That's why I was going to just bring up, it just seems to me that this is a repercussion of having adequate staffing, having adequate technology would allow us the ability to reduce the number of days.
Okay. Any other board member? Do you feel this is the case, and should, in that case, should it be removed, this last objective? Dan Jacobson?
I agree with Edie on that. If you do one and two, as it's laid out here, you're more apt to achieve number three. But I think number three should stay, because it's okay to have a smaller goal and a smaller goal that helps to achieve a larger goal.
Okay, so keeping all and Deidre Robinson.
I think my comment was almost that I agree with Dee Dee, first of all, but also it almost seems to be the why for the first two. It's a more elaborate why to the first two. So whether it stands alone or not, or whether it's repeated in or in reiterated in the whys, it might make it more palatable. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Any other suggestions?
My only comment is to remove risk. I mean, I think it's to protect the public, but I'm not sure we want to assure we're removing risk. We can discipline people, but if they don't look at our website and avail themselves, they are still putting themselves at risk. So wording maybe.
Additional refinements. So it seems like we're going to keep these three objectives. Okay. Moving on to the new objectives, to the new slide. So the first one here is to proactively educate consumers on how to report wrongdoing through our various channels of communications. I think we can remove the parentheses, consumers and licensees. We were specific in the action, and the why would be to enhance consumer protections. Any refinements to this objective? Okay, so that one is good to go. Moving on to the next one. And you highlighted to proactively educate. Proactively educate, thank you. So moving on to the next one, request marking competitive salary levels / classifications to retaining attract qualified professionals and enforcement. Any refinements to that objective?
This is Katrina Salazar. I guess I agree this should be an action item, but I'm not sure it's strategic plan because it seems like the first item sort of addressed strengthening the staffing. It sort of seems like a means to develop the staffing or strengthen the staffing.
Okay.
But I like it if it makes sense. It's just a very detailed, granular sort of item.
Okay. And it could be also, we can put it in a list for the action items. So when staff and management developing the action items, they can use this as one of the tasks if you all agree with it. How do you feel about that? I see some nodding. Yes, Dee Dee?
I think that makes sense as well, because this is probably going to be repeated in every single one of the areas where staffing is necessary. So I agree with Ms. Salazar.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for this objective? That now will be an action item for the first objective. So we will save those notes. No? Okay, so this last, and it's not the last objective. The next one here is provide stories that help explain unique enforcement matters when reporting actions to lay persons and how the board solved those issues to benefit licensees and consumers understand complicated matters in a more familiar way. And Nancy, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I'm not sure that I care so much for stories, but maybe explanations, provide explanations to unique enforcement matters when reporting. So it sounds a little more, I don't know, not as casual as that sounds to me. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so provide explanations.
Nancy, how about narratives?
Yes. Well, explanations or narratives, yes. Sure. Yeah, that's a good term. Yeah. That help explain when we do have unique enforcement issues, then we'd be expanding it. It'd be more palatable or understandable to the reader. Great. Thank you.
provide narratives that help explain unique enforcement matters when reporting actions to the layperson and how the board solved those issues. And the why is to benefit licensees and consumers understand complicated matters in a more familiar way.
And this is Xochitl. I think lay person is the key thing, because we can do narratives for very technical people, or we can do narratives for a lay person, and those narratives are very different.
Thank you.
Yes, I completely agree. I believe as a board or the CBA as a whole does a terrific job of explaining the technicalities. It's the other side that needs a little bit more, you know, a little bit more help understanding some of this stuff.
Thank you. And Dee Dee, I see your hand is up.
And this just might be helping me understand who would need to understand an enforcement action that's not the licensee that's being sanctioned. So I'm trying to understand. I understand the overarching comment. I think that Ms. Hines said is basically we may want to have an objective that allows the communications to be more targeted to the specific audience. But I'm trying to understand, why would a layperson or a non-licensee want to understand or be looking for this?
I could offer my perspective is I think there are consumers who may not realize that the person they are seeking help from may be defrauding them, may be treating them unfairly. And so, again, depending on how this is presented to the layperson, to the consumers, it wouldn't, you know, I'm not asking consumers to go and read enforcement matters on, you know, complicated sections of our website, for example. I'm just thinking of examples that the public has that they can sort of be aware of matters that are a no-no, and they are able to report them. They recognize, okay, this is something strange. I can, you know, bring this to someone's attention, or I can, you know, avoid going to that CPA. That's what I imagine.
Thank you. Any, Dan Jacobson, I see your hand is up.
I think that it helps provide consumers, laypersons, confidence in the profession.
Thank you. Is that, do you want us to add that as part of the why, or is that more explanation as why we should keep the objective?
It is a good why. So if maybe to inspire confidence that in the profession, that sounds good.
Okay. Thank you. Any last refinements to this last objective? And again, we are on very limited time. So I want to make sure we move forward. Dee Dee, do you have your hand up, or is that
Yeah, I just have one more, and I don't want to belabor this point. I just look at the first one and then the last one. The last one seems to be even more detailed, a step below the first one. So proactively educating consumers. It seems like the issue we have noted in the first one is just on how to report. And then the third one is also educating consumers on enforcement items that they can report. Like, what is an enforcement item? What is an issue that you should be aware of? So just to put it out there that I don't know if there's a way to merge the last one and the first one together.
Okay, thank you. And this has come up for other boards where they have two almost similar, but at the same time. For example, if this is a big issue that, or for you or for the board, if this is a big issue that you have to address, those narratives, definitely I would recommend adding it as an objective, even though it almost seems like it's part of that first objective here, the proactively educate consumers. But if it's such a big matter that you feel that needs to be addressed separately, definitely include it in the strategic plan as a separate objective. I will leave it to the board members. If you would like us to combine them, we can, or if we want to leave them as is for now, we can definitely do that as well.
Could it be an action item?
We can make it an action item if you all feel that it should be, and it shouldn't be emphasized as an objective. How do you all feel? If you do want to have it as an action item and remove it from the strategic plan, if you can please raise your hand. I only see one hand, okay. So we're gonna keep it, okay. So we'll keep it, we'll move on to the last objective here that we have. The next slide, please. Enhance enforcement communications to target stakeholder groups to inform and educate. I think that is similar to the first objective on the previous slide, correct? So we can remove this objective. Okay, so Anne, if we can please remove this last objective. And now these are the objectives that we have. So we have a total of 3 and 3, so 6. So at this time, I'm going to ask President Corrigan if you would like to open for public comment for the goal area of enforcement.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So I'm opening up the Q&A. And members of the public, we'll have the instructions up in just a moment. Members of the public, if you would like to participate in public comment, so if you have any public comment regarding any of the objectives here that you see or that we had up for enforcement, please follow the instructions that will be shortly on your screen, which is click on that Q&A icon, which is a question mark inside a square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type, I would like to make a comment in the ask field and send it to all panelists. I'll pause there for a moment to give the members of the public time to access the Q&A feature. Okay, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. So now moving on to licensing. I see a hand is up, Mary Jill.
Yes, could we just 1 minute back to the enforcement?
Yes.
So I saw that we have 6 objectives. I was wondering, some of them were, like I said, 1 and 3 was similar. Maybe group them, follow, like for example, action 1 is maintain adequate staffing. And then on the second page, we talk about do a competitive salary survey, maybe sort of move them so that the similar ones are together. And then proactive and provide, those could be together because market is competitive sort of in the middle of these two. So I'll just say maybe just move them to so that the market competitive is similar to, it's right behind the first page on the salary adequate staffing, because that's sort of, when you're reading it, it's sort of support each other.
Right, definitely. And that was a note for us to remove that from the strategic plan and leave it for the action planning, the competitive one. Did you also suggest bringing in the narrative ones underneath the previous objective as well?
No, the narrative, once you move the market competitive to line up under adequate staffing, then
I see.
Yeah, then since this one is sort of, the market is right in the middle between 1 and 3. So those two are tied to each other. It's just easier reading.
Oh, yes, definitely. We will take care of those formatting at a later time. Right now, our goal is to capture your ideas for today. But yes, that will be moved and in a better order.
Okay, that's good. Good.
Yes. And if we can please have you speak a little bit closer to the microphone. You sounded better right there at the end, but if we can have you please speak closer to the microphone when you do. Thank you. So moving on to licensing, I think we're going to get started with, just because we are running late on time. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Any objectives that you would like to recommend for licensing? Even if you have just issues that you want to throw up here on the screen without necessarily refining the actions and the whys, as long as we get the issues. Carrie Ann?
Yeah, two things that stood out to me that I thought we should talk about are fees, and then also the licensing process. So as for fees, I mean, this is always an issue, with professions that have licensing fees. I mean, all professionals believe that their licensing fees are too high and they don't understand what they're for. But I think it would be helpful, particularly as we're coming out of this pandemic and the economic impacts of the pandemic, for us to examine how to communicate effectively with licensees about the purposes of fees and how fees are used. And I think the why is to strengthen the credibility of the CBA, and to I guess for the purpose of nurturing our relationship with licensees, between the CBA and licensees. And I'll throw that out there as a starting point for the fees conversation, because there are a couple of things that, issues that kind of were raised about fees. The second one is about the licensing process. And that one is a bit more vague because I think it needs some more research, but maybe it's evaluate the licensing process to identify areas for improvement, or I guess maybe redundancy or inefficiencies. And the purpose is and the why is to remove any barriers or burdens that exist in the licensing process, or to make the licensing process more efficient. To make the licensing process more efficient and remove barriers and burdens from the licensing process.
Thank you. And you wanted to add the efficiency part into the why?
Yes, I would say evaluate the issue, the licensing process, and then the why is to identify areas for improvement, the why is to identify areas for improvement and to make the licensing process more efficient. I guess that's kind of a more simplistic way of stating it. But again, this is kind of a starting point to me of discussion, because it may not be as much of an issue or priority after we start having a conversation.
Suggestions? Did we capture it correctly? The evaluate license process to identify areas for improvement and efficiencies to remove any barriers or burdens?
I would put to identify areas for improvement into the why. I would put all of that into the why.
Thank you. And if we can please, thank you.
And between efficiencies and the word to, put the word and.
And we captured the first one correctly as well. Examine how to communicate why the fees are what they are to strengthen credibility of CBA nurture relationships between CBA and licensees?
No, I would say the issue is fee structure and communication regarding fees to licensees. Yeah, so I would take out all of the how to communicate, why the. And this is so much easier to say than it is to edit. So I appreciate the challenge here. So the issue is fee structure and communication about fee structure to licensees.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Anne. Any additional objectives that you would like to add?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Dee Dee had her hand up.
And I think you were first, so feel free.
This is maybe just a conversation item. We have some items agendized in our meeting after this. And so I guess my question is, depending on those conversations, will we have the opportunity to add to it? And I'm thinking specifically add to this process for strategic planning later, because we have some things that have us considering our two-tier license and education, which directly relates to licensing. So that's kind of a question where we might want to put a pin in something and go, there could be an opportunity to expand, but I feel that maybe it's premature at the moment.
Thank you, Katrina. And actually, I may be recommending a second session because we're at 10:36 and we are far behind. And I don't want to interrupt the discussion because there's great discussion to each of the objectives. Again, these objectives are going to go in your next strategic plan. That's going to be from 2022 to 2024. So these discussions are fruitful and I think are important to developing effective objectives. But with that, the discussions are taking more time than we had allotted for. So I'm maybe recommending a second session to complete the goal areas for only in licensing. We have the other 5 to go. And I'll leave it to the board, the executive team to provide their input here as well. But I think you're all doing a great job. Typically, most boards do give 8 hours to strategic planning sessions, so they do have the chance to have that elaborate discussion. So I think you're doing a great job. I will let the board respond to that. By board, I mean board executive team respond to your question, Katrina.
Yeah, yes, Elizabeth, it would be appropriate given, the many considerations and upcoming topics and the time factor. And this is all very constructive communication and boiling it down to what should go into our strategic plan. So it's a good idea to use what time we have today and then schedule another session to complete the process and then use the wisdom we've gained about some of those topics in completing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Corrigan. Okay, and Katrina, you still have your hand up. Would you like to?
No, I'm having technical difficulties and can't lower it.
Okay, I lowered it for you. Do you have any additional contributions or refinements to the current one? No? Okay. And Dee Dee, I see your hand is up.
No, I agree with these and I actually really like them. The one question I have is maybe more of a question for staff is I know that technology has been implemented to automate certain things within licensing now. So some of the comments may actually, as that process continues to, be evaluated kind of in alignment with the second objective here and continue to improve. Are there other technology related items for us to add here. So part of me was thinking of having one to implement either additional components of the existing technology to allow us to automate other areas that are currently still manual within the licensing and the renewal related process. But I don't know enough about the modernization plan to know if maybe those are already in effect or they'll be in effect before this plan goes, before this strategic plan is out.
Thank you, Dee Dee. So I hear a possible objective, but you also wanted to get perhaps some feedback, perhaps from the CBA team.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, this is Patty. I think it would be fine actually to include the pursuit of additional automation and even online capabilities in our strategic plan now. That will really just complement the business modernization project that we'll be working on probably over the next several years. And one thought is there is a section specific to emerging technologies, and you may want to consider putting an objective there that really crosses all areas of the board. So just a thought on that.
Actually, I like that thought process, and allow other board members to weigh in, because I think the technology piece pretty much hits everything.
Thank you, Diddy. Any additional refine or any other contributions to the licensing at this time? No?
Yes,
Okay,
Elizabeth, this is Nancy Corrigan. I mean, yes, technology is going to play a big role and takes time to implement. And maybe one way to address what you're suggesting, Dee Dee, in this evaluate the licensing process, and can be true across the board, just to continue to identify areas for improvement. Once we have a system in place, that will be the system, but that doesn't mean there won't be other ways to improve and to watch for enhancements. So just including terminology like that to continue to identify makes it more ongoing. So just a thought.
Thank you. And we can draft the objective now, or if you would like, we can wait for the technology goal area.
Okay. I'm okay with waiting till the technology goal area.
Okay, thank you. And if you, at any time, if you feel like you want to capture it now, we can definitely do so. Just copy and paste it, just so you don't forget your thoughts. We can definitely do that as well. Thank you. Oh, Anne. Thank you.
Okay, I'll write it down on my notes when we get to it. I'll let you keep going.
Anne. Thank you so much for making the note. Okay, so I see Dan Jacobson, you are up next.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Carrie Ann as to the item listed on top there. Is examine the action, or is it communicate? So yeah, examine sounds like a more of an internal process. Whereas I think you were trying to say we want to communicate the fee structure and the reasons for the fees to strengthen the CBA and to nurture the relationship with our licensees.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think this is actually two items. And so one is examine internally the fee structure, because there were a couple of comments. One was about why fees are what they are. So that requires us to make sure that the fees are covering the things that they need to cover. And also there was an issue, and this may be bigger than this strategic plan, but this issue about, are the categories of licensing accurate, and should there be a change in the fee structure for the different categories of licensing? That's an internal process. Then separately from that is how we communicate to the licensees what their fees are for and what their fees do, so that we build trust and credibility in the fact that fees are not excessive and are being used efficiently and responsibly, you know. So yeah, there's two issues there.
Thank you. Did we capture it correctly? Thank you, Anne, for splitting those up. So the first one is examine internally fee structure and categories of license to strengthen the CBA.
Well, eventually, yeah. So eventually it'll help us to communicate. So the examination internally will help us with the other action of communicating with the licensees.
Okay. And then the last objective here is communicate fee structure and purpose to license to strengthen the credibility of CBA and nurture relationships. And I thank you, Anne. So the first one is to assist with communicating with licensees. So is it okay to have it separate as two objectives, or did you just want to see it lumped up into one objective?
I think Dan's point was good. It's up to the board to decide whether this is a priority, you know, right now for the strategic plan. But my suggestions are communicated accurately here.
Thank you. And Dan Jacobson, any other comments regarding these or any additional objectives?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mary Jiang, I see your hand is up.
Yes, so under the licensing, I didn't know if this could be part licensing or say it should be outreach, but obviously one of the comments on page 30 said more outreach to help candidates understand the licensing procedures. So does what we have is adequate, or is there better out? I think we need more outreach as, for example, when new legislation come and affects the licensing process, like now students can apply for sit for the exam before they get their conferral bachelor degree. If that's not communicated, students won't know that. And so the licensing process or application is licensing and application is sort of together. So I think the outreach to students here is good, and maybe outreach to applicants later in the outreach section. Maybe they appear in both places, but I think that's important so that when they go online, they see the latest. And then when we do our communication, somehow we have to reach out to the candidate. What are the changes? Yeah, communication and changes that could affect them.
Thank you. And you were cutting out a little bit there towards the end for me. But did we capture it correctly? As you see on the screen, increase outreach to candidates to explain license application and examination requirements?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay.
And to help them to understand too.
Okay.
To explain and understand, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any additional refinements or any other objectives you would like to add, Ms. Jiang?
No, this is fine.
Thank you. Okay, and if we can go back to the first slide, just to make sure we got everybody's feedback. So for the first objective here, examine internally fee structure and categories of license to assist communicating with licensees. Any feedback from anyone? Any refinements? No? Moving on to evaluate the licensing process to identify areas for improvement in efficiencies and remove any barriers or burdens, sorry. Any refinements to this objective? No. The next one, communicate fee structure and purpose to licensees to strengthen the credibility of CBA and nurture relationships between CBA and licensees. Any feedback? No? Okay, and at this point, President Corrigan, are you ready for a break, or would you like us to close off this goal area first?
Might be good to maybe take a 10-minute break for everybody. So
okay.
Yeah, we'll make it 15 so that we give a good rounded amount of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will put a slide there with the break time. So we will come back in 15 minutes and finish off the licensing goal area. So bear with us. We will display that slide in just a moment. Welcome back. This is Elizabeth, facilitator. I think we're ready to proceed if all of you are ready.
I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So we left off, we already reviewed these 3 objectives for licensing, and we're going to review this one to make sure there's no refinements, and then we will check if there's any additional licensing objectives. So board members, any refinements to this current objective here? Increase outreach to candidates to explain license application examination requirements and help them understand. No? Okay. Any additional licensing objectives that you would like to add at this time? No, I see no hands are up. And I'm looking at the panelist list, so I don't see if you may have a virtual hand up on the video feed. Okay, so at this time, I will ask Board President Corrigan if you would like to open up for public comment.
Yes, Elizabeth, please do.
Thank you. So I am opening up public comment, the Q&A. So members of the public, I've opened up the Q&A feature. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate in public comments, so regarding the licensing goal area, any feedback you may have about those objectives that were just developed, click on the question mark inside of the square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And when the text box appears, type, I would like to make a comment, and make sure you send it to all panelists. I have no requests coming in. Board President, would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So now I will turn it over to, give me just a moment and share my screen again. There you go. Customer service, I'll turn it over to Anne to facilitate this goal area.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And the environmental scan, the material you have in front of me, the summary is on pages 31 and 32. If you'd like to go through and skim those and think about what objectives you would like to suggest for customer service. And it looks like we have a hand up from Carrie Ann. Did you have an objective you'd like to suggest?
Well, I more had a question on page 32, that comment under number 4, the weaknesses, where it says about wait, no, not number 4, number 2, where it says they not being able to answer live calls is a weakness. Is that something that has arisen under COVID, or is that something that an issue that predates COVID, like a concern or complaint or criticism about responding to telephone calls?
Hi, this is Patty. It definitely has increased the concern around this area with COVID. At one time, I think we were answering calls live. It's been a while since we've been able to do that. And a lot has to do with the volume of inquiries that we receive. There's thousands of them. And so I think in today's environment, it would be difficult to go to answering calls live because we would really need a full call center of staff to do that. But I think the way to get back to being able to answer calls live would be to really enhance our website. You know, we found now we know that today's applicants, they don't want to read handbooks with much detail. They want, you know, short videos, brochures that really just address their specific questions. So I think once we make the improvements to our website and our printed material, that could really reduce the volume of calls that we receive. And then I think eventually we would have the staff resources to answer the calls live. We also have, for those of you who may not know, we've engaged the call center at the Department of Consumer Affairs, and they are assisting with taking our calls live there. We continue to train the staff at the call center so they're better equipped to provide accurate and more thorough responses. And so we'll continue using that resource as well. We do have, anytime there is a, we call them elevated calls. So if someone calls the call center and they have an issue that is identified as urgent or critical, in those instances, they're elevated, and then the person does get a very timely returned telephone call from us. So I hope that, Carrie Ann, answers your question. So yes, COVID has had a significant impact, but this is an area that I think we need, and we have been really focusing attention on to try to resolve some of the concerns in this area.
Yes, that is very helpful. Thank you, Patty. And what I would recommend then is that this continue to be an objective, you know, to improve communication, or I guess improve responsiveness to communications. And I would, again, be mindful about differentiating between responding to consumers and responding to licensees, because, you know, because we should be, it seems as though we should be faster in responding to consumers. Well, I'm hesitating. I'll throw it out there for us to have a discussion about you know, what is the length of time, or what's the reasonableness of the time to respond to consumers versus the reasonableness of responding to licensees. But I guess, but overall, but for more broadly, we should continue to improve our responsiveness via, you know, telephone and other platforms.
Okay.
And if I may, I mean, in my opinion, for both our consumers and licensees, we really should strive to be able to give immediate response. And so that should be our goal. I think it's one that, you know, not obviously in the middle of COVID and coming off of, you know, the pandemic, that we could achieve that tomorrow, but I definitely think it's a reasonable goal that we should strive to answer all of our calls from licensees and our applicants immediately.
Right. And do we have a why for this improving responsiveness?
I would suggest that the board strives to provide excellent customer service. And that really is, if you're defining excellent customer service, it's when someone makes a call to the office, they receive a live person on the other end that's trained and able to answer their question.
Hey,
Right,
moderator,
certainly.
could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Patty, does DCA use any type of virtual customer service rep that pops up on the website when you go on? I'm sure some of you have seen and experienced that, where artificial intelligence can answer simple questions, or at least route it to the right department.
Not that I'm aware of any of the department or the boards that have, you know, you see the little assistant that pops up on the screen and you can type your response in. I haven't seen that. We did previously, before COVID and before we transitioned to using the department's call center, we did have a phone tree, an automated tree within the board that when someone called the office, they would have prompts, are you calling regarding enforcement, press 1, licensing, press 2, and then the calls would be routed out to the unit and the staff would be logged into, similar to a mini call center, into a phone system that they could, they would take a call, and if they were on the call, it would roll to the next person. So we did have that feature. That's something, we're working to get back to, but not the pop-up assistant that you see, on some of the other platforms online, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, thank you very much.
And keep in mind, if you'd like to, first off, is this an objective the board would like to consider, but also would it be more appropriate in the technology emerging technology goal area? So both of those questions are on the floor. If you think it's a worthwhile option, and is this the correct place for it? I do see a hand up from Dee Dee Owens.
I mean, regarding your question, I think that this is very specific to this, to customer service. So for me, having it here makes sense. My question or my comment specifically relates to the second objective in responsiveness to communications. And perhaps this is an action item underneath this, is to implement KPIs or service level agreements to say, because not everything can be handled immediately, right? So there would be, and I probably should know this, but I don't, is if there is a case management type system that if someone calls in with something that needs to be researched, is there a way for for staff to track that and know how long it takes for us to get back to them? Because if not, that would be, in my mind, an objective for us to try to strive towards.
Hi, this is Patty. No, presently at the board, we do not have that type of tracking system. At the department level, the call center, they do track incoming calls, but they really look at how long the person is in a wait on the phone line. So, they track how many minutes someone waits kind of on hold until they receive a live person. But but we don't have internally any type of tracking system for our return calls.
Yeah, Dee, I know you're referring to like certain CRM systems. And we should be establishing KPIs, and I can tell you, Patty, over the years has had them, and they were superior. But with technology today, there's no question from a customer relationship management standpoint, we should be tracking these things because the software is getting more and more cost effective. So it's something to think about.
Yeah.
And would you consider that to be an objective, to try and establish some key performance indicators for any of the customer contacts, including I've most commonly seen it associated with the telephone systems?
I mean,
Is that so specific that it?
My concern with establishing it as an objective is if there is not a mechanism to track it, I don't know if it would be an achievable objective without the technology. So we would need to implement a technology that would allow staff to document so to me, there's two objectives. We need to implement something that would allow us to do what I think that was Mark was saying, and then implement KPIs to then track our actions again.
So this might all be encompassed in that third objective on the previous page. Is that right?
No, it's different technology, right?
Right. Oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry, my apologies.
So this is more, and I don't know if somebody else was going to pipe in as well, but so this would be more implementing CRM technology to track questions, basically inquiries, and the responsiveness to those inquiries. Because as a licensee, when I call in, I don't expect an immediate response to my inquiry because a lot of it would take research on behalf of staff, but I would expect a response within a reasonable period.
Certainly. And is there a reason, a why that pops to mind?
To increase customer, I think it's the same as the other ones, to increase customer excellence and service. Yeah, that one.
Fantastic. Okay. And Carrie Ann, I believe your hand's up next.
Yeah, I do see how those two can be combined, because I think that they both need some more research. So I think some of it is that we need to research what technologies are available to help us to improve our customer service. And that includes, tracking responsiveness, evaluating customer approval, or customer, response to our responsiveness. And so I think all of this is, we need to do some research about what technologies are available to help us to address our customer service weaknesses. And that is to help us to provide excellent customer service and to address customers' needs, and also to provide excellent customer service.
Exactly. And I am certainly assuming that when you say research, something is to then report back to the board.
Yes. Yes.
Research and report. Fantastic. Any other comments about, Dan?
Actually, I'm on a different subject, so I'd like to see if anyone else has anything about this.
I'm sorry, I'll just add, and I think this is an area where we can combine the goal of addressing the needs of both licensees as well as consumers. Because really the goal is to ensure that anytime anyone contacts the Board of Accountancy, regardless of their relationship, they have a high quality customer service experience.
Good point. Great. Mary, you had a comment?
Yes. When Patty Bauer mentioned earlier about the call center, ECA call center gets thousands of calls and the routes. My question is, does the current phone calls, if people call in and can't reach a live person or get routed through automated, is there a mechanism for them? Some services say, you like us to call you back, please leave a message. Do we have that capability now? And if so, maybe that's something that we can add as part of customer service, that give the applicants or licensees or consumer the ability to leave their phone number, and hopefully somebody will then truly follow up and call back, and that would provide better customer service. I'm just trying to find out, do we have that capability?
We do. Individuals can leave a message and we call them back. It really just goes back to the volume of calls. There's our stakeholders presently, they will call for general information. How do I file an application? How many continuing education hours do I need? What's the education requirement to sit for the exam? So it really is just sheer volume of calls to staff ratio. And so I think as we improve the information on our website and in our brochures that better meet the needs of our stakeholders, then hopefully those calls will go down. And even then, when they leave a voicemail, we'll have the resources to give them a more timely response.
Okay, thank you.
And then it does occur to us that it's possible that if we do a good job on the second, the research and report, then we'll be in a position to implement. So should we take that first implement action and perhaps put that in as a placeholder for action items later? Or would you rather go ahead and leave it as a sub-objective?
I prefer to leave it as a sub-objective, because if we just research and report and then don't take action, we won't move forward unless there's another objective that has us moving forward. Otherwise, I'd like to keep it.
Okay, right. Super. And Dan, you had a different objective to propose?
Well, I have a question. I've always thought of our customers as being licensees and non-licensees, the general public. Has the question in the past, has the question, who are our customers, been answered? I mean, it seems like if we're striving for good customer service, we have to know who our customers are in kind of an official way.
We have a definition. The board actually has defined who our stakeholders are. I don't have it memorized, but it does include licensees, applicants, consumers, and there may be another group in that definition. But we have it defined, and we can certainly make that available to the members.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see, any other input on objectives for customer service? I do realize that there was a suggested objective of redesigning the CBA website. Is that something that people feel is worthwhile or important to include?
This is Luz Molina. I like the fact that it is covered on that first objective to enhance the website and printed materials. That would suffice for me.
Great. Okay. So at this point, I guess we can go ahead. If there are no more additional objectives to add, we can make sure that everyone is good with what we have. So the first one we have is to enhance the website and printed materials to reduce the volume of calls and increase staff resources to answer live calls. Any comments on that? Okay. And the second objective.
And this is Patty. I'm sorry. I thought there was a pause. I didn't mean to interrupt you. To go back to Mr. Jacobson's question, in your materials, if you go to our current strategic plan, you'll find the definition for stakeholders on page 2. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
And yes, we have been provided with the update. The CBA stakeholders include consumers, licensees, applicants, and professional organizations and groups that have a direct or indirect stake in the CBA because they can affect or be affected by the CBA's actions, objectives, and policies. So there is the definition. And Carrie Ann, you had a comment?
It's a more general comment. I guess is relevant to this, but this is a place where I first made note to raise the issue that there seems to be a kind of misunderstanding of the role of the CBA in relation to licensees and the practice of accounting, and sort of how, like, do the licensees see the CBA as working for them? I mean, for lack of a better way of explaining it, or do the licensees recognize the mission of the CBA to protect the public and the consumers? And sort of throughout these comments that come from some of the, I'm assuming, licensee stakeholders, there appears to be a disconnect about the understanding of the mission and the role of the CBA in relation to licensees. I don't have a specific objective to identify about this, but this kind of goes back to earlier my point about being conscientious about communicating what is our target audience, and the different tactics or strategies that we take on to address those different constituencies. Because, some of the comments on, in the customer service, and then I think in the next area that we're going to cover, they talked about the CBA not doing enough for licensees. And in some of the areas, it was, kind of my reaction was, that's not the responsibility of the CBA, because the responsibility of the CBA is to protect the public from licensees that are not practicing, up to their level of the standard of care that is expected, not to serve necessarily the goals and priorities of the licensees. I'm overstating it a little bit, but that's the point I'm trying to communicate, is how do we make sure that licensees and consumers understand the mission of and responsibilities and priorities of the CBA.
That's an excellent point, and I must say that the CBA is not alone in this struggle to balance the needs of the public and the needs of the licensees. So it's an excellent discussion. It's very relevant. It may be beyond the scope of this meeting, but it certainly is something to continue to try and balance, because there are certainly comments from licensees implying that the board is responsible for advocating for them. And there are comments from the public, and the fact that we are under the Department of Consumer Affairs implies that there's a strong consumer protection element as well. Any other comments on, let's see, so we've gotten through objective 1. Objective 2 was going to be improve responsiveness to communications via telephone and other platforms to provide excellent customer service. That one seems like everyone likes that, as is. And then the next one that we had discussed was exploring the virtual assistant technology that might be available for websites. Again, I assume that would be to, what would be the objective? Or is that something that you'd like to leave as an objective, to explore that and then report back to the board, certainly? Are those who think that that's a good objective to include? Dee Dee?
Maybe the third one can be an action item under the under the second one. So to improve responsiveness through those through the telephone or other platforms, we would explore that as an action item to see if that type of technology is cost effective to implement and valuable. That's an idea for us to consider.
Right. And did you have any suggested phrasing for the why of that?
I think it's the same as the second one.
Right. Okay. Any other comments on this action item or objective number 2? And Katrina?
It's actually maybe related to the other one before. I just want to circle back and acknowledge Carrie Ann's comment, because I think it is, I guess I would just ask to make a note that you have highlighted the fact that one area that we need to elaborate upon is the distinction between trade associations and regulation. And I think it falls under the enhancing our materials. I just think it's an action item. And so I just want to acknowledge that when we pick it up, maybe we can flesh out a way to build that concept in that Carrie Ann brought up, because it's pretty important, and it cuts across multiple areas of confusion, I think, for our stakeholders. And it would really help them with the customer service aspect of getting their answer from the right place.
Okay. So you said address legislative issues, is that?
I'm kind of paraphrasing Carrie Ann's comment, but I think under item 1 that there's an action item to focus or improve communications which clarify role of regulatory versus trade association. That's sort of CBA, what's CBA, what's Cal CPA, AICPA. I think there's a lot of confusion between licensees and our stakeholders about responsibilities between those arenas.
Oh, excellent. Great. All right, wonderful. So we've got that as an action item to come. And then I guess we're on to the next page of objectives. To research and report on technologies available to help improve customer service, including tracking responsiveness and evaluating customer response, to address consumers and licensee needs, and to provide excellent customer service. Any refinements or tweaks to that objective? And Katrina, is that your hand up new or is that the old hand? Okay, thank you. All right, so everyone's in favor of including that research and report objective. And then the fourth that we have is to implement CRM technology to track inquiries and responsiveness to inquiries, again, to provide excellent customer service. And Sochi, did you have something?
Yes, I'm just thinking about the implement because I totally agree with the comment made earlier by Dee around let's move forward past research, because I'm sure we've done this before in researching the latest technology and ensure that we have implement. So the recommendation here is to implement. Can we make it a little broader than the CRM technology, that inclusive of CRM and whatever other top technologies can improve customer service? When we look at the numbers, at least from a channel perspective, most of the engagement is via email, second, phone. So always thinking about how can we implement new systems to help expedite and become more efficient with all the emails that the team is getting as well as phone calls. So just want to broaden the implement.
Super, certainly.
Thank you.
And Deidre, did you have something to add?
I think under the action items for both research and report as well as implement is continual should be the word, because technology and software changes rapidly in our society at this point. And I think this should be a continuum rather than an action item that would end in 2024.
Right. Right, and I'll try and keep that in mind when we get to the emerging technologies as well, because yes, the technology cycle is pretty quick. So once you have solution implemented, it's already obsolete.
Right.
Wonderful. Okay. And are there any other suggestions for objectives in customer service? Okay, so it looks like we have 4 objectives in the customer service area. And it is 11:41. Is it all right with everyone if we move on to outreach, our next goal area? And we can take public comment. Thank you very much, moderator.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so I am opening up the Q&A feature. If anyone would like to make a comment on the discussions about the customer service objectives, you may click on the Q&A icon or button typically in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen. When you see the text box, type "I would like to make a comment" and click send. And at this point, I do not see any requests for public comment. Shall I close that feature?
please. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. So at that point, we can move on to outreach. And in your materials, the summaries are on pages 41 and 42. And we have gotten a few recommended objectives from stakeholders that are listed on page 50. I'll give you a couple minutes to refresh your memory on those. And if anyone would like to start brainstorming some objectives for your outreach. And Dan?
I think that there's a great deal of misunderstanding amongst the general public as to what accountants do. For instance, the concept of forensic accountants, with which I'm familiar, is something that I think would excite a lot of, or a fair amount more people into the profession than those who think that it's just preparing taxes. Also, the thought that you have to be very good in math when really arithmetic is you know, the thing you have to be good at doing, and that can be done with a calculator. So I would say educate young people about what accountants do to improve under the why, to improve recruitment into the profession and utilization of the profession and respect for the profession.
Nice.
I apologize, as just ideas for action items. I know that we have people going out and doing an excellent job at colleges, but I think high schools are something too, and not only accounting classes, but I'm not sure how to do this, but somehow engage those who hadn't thought of accounting as a profession because of the common misconception as to what the profession is.
Nice.
You're welcome.
And Luz Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to offer an objective to, how would I say this? To increase our virtual outreach. I'm looking at the summary of recommendations on page 50 of our environmental scan. And I believe it is very important to do more in this area. Further up above, some of the pages up above stated that there was a suggestion from a stakeholder that more dominance is needed as far as our presence on virtual platforms such as Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. And I was very excited to hear recently, some of this already underway. For example, the videos I think that Ms. Corrigan has participated in. That's exciting. That's modern. That's happening today. And I feel increasing our virtual outreach in that area, really is needed. And so that would be my objective, is to improve upon our social media outreach. And then the why is really, I think it would help increase the pipeline. We would be able to reach a greater audience, a greater number of potential students, as well as increase the diversity of people that we reach. Because, anybody and everybody is on social media. And some of these potential students may come across an exciting post or something, video, and then, it could take them on to enter that pipeline. And so that's my suggestion.
Right. Excellent. And Ariel Pay.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to echo my colleagues in this, and especially with this youth and really attracting the new generation is, I think as a group, we need to really understand how to message them correctly, speak their language, because the youth nowadays are very quick streaming, online wallets. They flip through their phones really fast. One of my comments would be I think we should start storytelling about the culture of being a CPA or everything around it versus kind of coming at them as our colleague Dan mentioned about like the arithmetic and the math version. If we can talk about the culture and the bigger picture and how they can make a difference or be an asset to a community or the world, I think would really change, because the way that you think nowadays is a lot different than myself as a elderly person, but just being able to keep up.
Right, right. So that would be an action item, you think, under the virtual outreach, or do you think that merits attention as its own?
I think it'd be an action item.
Okay, great, great. Okay, and Deidre, did you have something to add?
Yes, and just echoing the comments that have come before me. One area, and I'm really thinking about what Dan said about attracting people that are in high school. At the community college level, at many of the community colleges, they actually have programs where high schools are busing children into a community college in order to take courses. One of the colleges that I'm familiar with is Solano Community College, and I actually worked with the math and science department in my employment. And one of the unique things about getting them to be attracted is to create scenarios and opportunities for the students in the high school that are getting credit to be able to work on a project that they find to be significantly important. I know that we've done, in my time of being on the board, we had started to implement exploration of going at the university level. But really starting with the high school students and the community colleges, particularly in the state of California, might be advantageous. Secondly, I wanted to talk about affinity groups for diversity. You do have champions that are working in the community. So I happen to be affiliated with the National Association of Black Accountants. Why not work with the affinity groups to be able to work with them to become partners with the CBA? To be able to figure out the plan. There is a blueprint for reaching accountants, and certainly for those that are members of the affinity group, that would be their first place to go to find out what could they do to become more involved in their profession. So those would be my two suggestions at this time.
Excellent, excellent. And Luz, do you have something also?
Yeah, you caught it. I was gonna enhance the why, and it's to increase diversity, but I see that you didn't capture that. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. This is Elizabeth, the co-facilitator here. Did I capture this correctly? Affinity groups to increase diversity? I felt like I may have missed something here in the issue.
I think maybe putting the word national affinity groups might be regional, national, but I know national exists. If there's a regional one, there's a national one. But working within affinity groups that to help them partner with them to increase diversity. So there's so many affinity groups that we could particularly talk about, but I'm just thinking if you think about the affinity groups, maybe in a corporation, what affinity groups would be a part of those, the LGBT community, the Hispanic, the Asian Pacific Islanders, all of those types of groups. And then we could even figure out what do you consider to be diverse? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be ethnic or race driven, but I guess what I'm getting at is that we need to partner and identify which groups and maybe start utilizing that partnership in both advertisement and creating partnership agreements, if you will, to increase diversity and inclusion, and to have a better understanding of comprehension of what they would be looking for to come and work as an accountant. Because sometimes I think there's no understanding of what a culture needs, whatever that culture could be.
Okay, so just double checking I captured it correctly. Identify and partner with national affinity groups to increase diversity and inclusion, and to have a better to create a better
or to gain a better understanding, because the more you do it, the better you get at it.
Okay.
Of the needs of those specific groups.
Excellent.
Thank you. And one last thing, I apologize. The previous objective, collaborate with schools, in parentheses, I put high schools and community colleges.
If you hit the, I was going to say, if you really hit the community college level, the state of California has already established the relationship with the high schools. So if you were to target community colleges, we've been going to universities, the 4-year institutions, but the 2-year institutions are already partners with high schools. And I was thinking, I'll just give you an example. So the school that I work with, they have biotech and biomanufacturing programs where the students are actually working on real world situations in the classroom with adjuncts and professors that are doing the work. They're experts in the field in which they're teaching. So they feel a part of a historical or monumental project. So there could be projects that could be created or recommended during this partnership. And maybe that's beyond the scope of where we want to go. Maybe that's too detailed, but that's what I kind of had in mind.
Right. And what would the objective, or what would the why be? Yeah,
to create interest.
Okay.
At the high school community college level in pursuit of roles and needs for the profession.
Okay, right. Definitely, I sense a theme of reaching out to youth.
Right. And so, yeah, and I'm piggyback on Dan because they have their own ideas and agenda too. I'm just too old. I know I'm old. So I know I'm too old to be able to figure it out, but I'm always enlightened by their thought process. And I think that's a conversation that we should be having and being involved and marketing that's what we're doing too.
Great. Great. And then Mary, you've been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Yes, just to add to what Deidre is saying, I think in partnership, we were talking about first she mentioned partnership affinity group, but I also meant think about identifying a partnership with other trade organization or college organizations such as Cal CPA. I think this year we had a partnership with Cal CPA, one event. I think that's a good area that we can collaborate more of them with the CBA and Cal CPA work closely together. And I think that partnership is valuable. I think also at the four-year college level, maybe partnership with Beta Alpha Psi, which is a accounting organization in the college that will bring in students that is interested in going into the profession and learning about, you know, the licensing process. I think when we connect with Beta Alpha Psi, they will call the students in to come to the meeting. And so we, you know, when we partner, we don't have to work as hard because, you know, that's something that would be of interest. I think if we do those more of these type of partnership, I think it'd be very effective in you know, in helping candidates to understand the license procedure and accounting profession.
Right. And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it. Could you clarify? This is Beta Alpha?
Beta
It's
Alpha
a program?
Psi. Yeah, it's
PSY, Psi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Greek Phi.
Okay. And are they academic? It's a college organization?
Yes, they're
Okay.
very respected in many in the university. It's a national organization as well, but
Wonderful.
it's all many four-year university has Beta Alpha Psi clubs, and that's what students sign up if they're interested in going to business or accounting.
Okay, and so you think that would be a good action item to include with the collaborating with colleges? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I want to make sure I understood where you were going with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the trade associations as well. Is there any particular goal in mind or any why for collaborating with them?
Well, trade association, I was thinking would be the Cal CPA specifically, but I guess to increase our outreach by collaborating with another organization, we don't, because they have a reach that could also, you know, if we're partnering with them, we're going to be getting maybe a larger outreach to the student population or wherever. Yeah, so that we don't have to work as hard because they have established some of these partnership with many universities, and we're just starting to reach out to university ourselves.
Okay, great. And then Sochil, you had something? Sochi?
Yeah, I'm just going to build upon the great recommendations. I mean, it was very loud and clear. We got about a 20% in overall effectiveness in this category. So therefore, you're seeing a lot of enthusiasm from all of us. If we can go back to the prior slide, I just want to make some friendly amendments or edits. On the second one, increase virtual outreach, including digital/social. I just want to open it up. And the big thing here is what are necessary platforms that are digital, where our diverse and demographics are at today. So that was a friendly amendment there. On the next one, on community colleges, on the why, I think it's twofold. One, it helps us from a pipeline perspective, and secondly, it helps us from a mission perspective in protecting consumers at large by them knowing the work that this organization does. So I think it's twofold. I mean, where are you going to find the masses? You're going to find the masses in the community colleges. So it hits two priorities for this organization. I just wanted to build upon that one. And if we go to the next slide, the new work that I do is all about diverse national partnerships. So I think the team is onto something here and working with these organizations for the multiple segments, including women, LGBT, and the others that were mentioned. So I really, really like that. I think that is it. And thank you also on the trade associations. So the last comment will be frequency, right? I think what we heard is we need to innovate and we need to do it more. So I don't know if we need to have an action around increasing frequency of outreach, but I think it's underlying below all these recommendations. That's
Exactly.
it.
That certainly could be a part of an action item of establishing how frequent, but it's good to get documentation that the board would like a regular frequency. Great. Any other comments? Or
That's
well,
it. Thank
I guess. Thank you. So does anyone have comments with any additional objectives? Okay, so then at that point, we can go ahead and step through, make sure that we've fine-tuned everything that we need to on this area. So the first outreach objective was going to be educate people about what accountants do to improve recruitment into the profession, utilization of the profession, and respect for the profession. Any fine-tuning anyone would like to make?
I would like under the first one, the education people about what accountants do. I think it's important to give, when we're outreaching what accountants do, it gives some different type of career path that one might be going to. Like Dan says, hey, did you know that people could be forensic, investigative type accounting? That might appeal to somebody who really wants investigation. A new area that is financial services. So the idea, if we, in part of our outreach education, is to tell stories or narrative of different paths, so that people may be, it's not just the, the cliche and, pocket pencil and pen in our shirt. It's just that this exciting career path that accountants can be, instrumental in. I think that's important because even, for example, they needed accountants in NASA. I mean, remember the latest film, that lady was not only an engineer, but she was, some sort of Superman. The idea is just that someone with some sort of, just that we don't want to, it's a boring profession. There is exciting career path that we can go into.
Great. And then just, I did want to let you know, it's occasionally hard to hear you. So if you can, keep close to the mic, but I think did we get what you were hoping to include the subspecialties in it? Maybe improve excitement about the profession?
Yes, so create excitement about the profession. It could be a why.
Great. And then did someone else have a hand that they wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, this is Katrina Salazar. I have an ask, it may be an action item or a staff request, since we're going to meet again prior to our next discussion about the strategic plan. Can we get some information about what our partner organizations are already doing? Because I love all of these ideas, but I've also been hearing that the trade association, AICPA and CalCPA, they have a lot of resources that are geared to exactly these questions. And so it might be helpful for me, since I am clearly not the target audience for people coming into the profession, to just get a sense for what they're doing, because I think the messages are right on target, and I want to focus on leveraging rather than recreating the wheel and using those partnerships. So it's just an ask to maybe get some more information to our board so that we can be thoughtful in how we are crafting our strategy, because I don't want to add duplicative burden to the staff. I want to leverage and build upon what's already there. So thank you for the comment.
Hi, this is Patty. We certainly can do that.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so let's see here. So we did get through, we wanted to see if we had any other refinements for the first three objectives. I believe. Right, so we got through the first objective. The second objective, I wanted to find out if we have any refinements about increasing virtual outreach, including digital and social media platforms, to reach a greater audience and increase audience diversity. Does that sound about right to everyone?
Can I add something to that real quick? This is Luz. Because I like what Xochitl had mentioned, that it's also important to increase frequency. So if we can incorporate the word frequency in here somewhere, I think that's key.
Super. Great.
And if I could add one other thing, she also mentioned that in each area we should talk about increasing consumer protection. I think that would go with everything that we're talking about here. So we could add that under the why.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Increase consumer protection. Perfect. Thank you, Elizabeth. So then our third objective was going to be to collaborate with community colleges to create interest at the high school community college level regarding roles of the accountancy profession. And scrolling down. Perfect. Thank you, Elizabeth. To, yes, communicate, create interest in the roles and increase consumer protection. Any adjustments or refinements to that? All right. Then I think these three are pretty well set. And we can move to our next set. Objective 4 and 5. Identify and partner with national affinity groups to increase diversity and inclusion and to gain a better understanding of the needs of those groups.
Resulting in greater protection, consumer protection.
Okay, great. I believe this was the objective above that, Elizabeth. Is that correct, Deidre?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Okay. And then the fifth objective was going to be to identify and partner with trade associations to increase outreach. And we do have an action item, hopefully, for the next strategic planning get together when we're going to finish the second portion, that we will have some idea of what the partner organizations are already doing. Any refinements or additional objectives in outreach? Wonderful. We have 5. And we do have a hard stop at 12:30. We've got 20 minutes left. We could approach laws and regulations if you would like to. Oh, we do need to take public comment. Thank you, Elizabeth, for reminding me about taking public comment on the outreach objectives. And Nancy Corrigan, shall I open this up for public comment?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx. If any members of the public would like to make a comment on the objectives that we've discussed around outreach, you can click on the Q&A icon in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and type, "I would like to make a comment," in the text box and hit send. And we will take comments in the order received. And I do not see any requests for comment at this time. Shall I close public comment?
Please do.
Thank you so much. And then Elizabeth, would you prefer to break early or continue on through laws and regulations?
I think that's a question for board president.
We do have approximately 20 minutes. I'm thinking maybe we should just go as far as we can and get started on that and know that maybe that's where we're going to pick up again the next time. So maybe let's make whatever progress we can. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
So then, yeah, would you like me to take a turn at scribing, Elizabeth, or would you like to continue?
Sure. You can continue since I already have the PowerPoint up and moving along, if you are okay with that.
Certainly.
I am displaying the, I noticed that some microphones are a little bit quiet, so just displaying this troubleshooting slide. To increase the volume output, you can simply click on the down-facing arrow that is currently on, if you're muted or unmuted, on your mute unmute button, you click on the down-facing arrow, a pop-up menu will appear, and then select the audio settings option. When you select that, a new window will appear. And make sure you uncheck the box that says automatically adjust volume. Uncheck that, and above that where it says microphone, make sure that your volume is mostly all the way to the right so it's nice and loud for you. So just, again, I hear some of the microphones are a little bit faint, a little bit soft. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen now so we can continue. I'll pass it over to Anne.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth, and that'll help some of the introverts among us be heard a little better. So our next goal area is laws and regulations. And in your materials, the summaries are on pages 51 and 52. And there are some suggested objectives on page 60 that you can consider. I'll give people a moment to look through those. So does anyone have anything that they would like to suggest as far as an objective that concerns the laws and regulations goal area? Okay, and Katrina, thank you.
This just popped into my brain, so I apologize, it's not well formed, but maybe assess our ability to contribute to the national conversation about deregulation and to improve consumer protections. And the context to that, since it's sort of a half-baked idea, is that I get the sense, we are proactive within our state, but I see one of the threats as coming from anti-regulation in other states that then threaten to undermine neighboring states through mobility and through interstate practice. And so I think maybe we should acknowledge that we may be able to contribute to a larger conversation. Thank you.
Right, great. And any other suggestions as far as objectives go? There were suggestions from the environmental scan document about internal trainings so that board members and staff leadership can avail themselves of opportunities to educate themselves about laws and regulations. And let's see, oh, Luz Lopez.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize. My comment is not related to the comment you just mentioned.
That's fine.
But I did want to, on that same page, page 60 of our environmental scan, I think the suggestion for number 1 is very timely. I think, how would you write this? Let's see, making it more current. So continuing education and education requirements. I would like our board to take a look and see what can be done to propose legislative changes. And I don't fully know what that would mean, but per the suggestion here, to make them more current and adaptable to new technologies and more consistent with other states. I kind of like what we do in California. So I don't know about that one, but certainly examine our continuing education and education requirements and how our board can be instrumental in proposing legislation that allows for change.
Right. And what would the benefit of that be? Why would we want to do that?
So I've sort of switched my brain over to the licensee population and listening to some of the comments that licensees or stakeholders have mentioned that perhaps the CBA doesn't support licensees. I disagree with that, but in hopes of making improvements so that we are able to be mindful of the requirements of licensees and help improve that process for them. In addition, I know that a lot of our enforcement actions pertain to CEs and, you know, faults there or errors done there. So I would want to see some action to help licensees stay on track for what's necessary for continuing education and such.
Right. So another benefit could be to assist in the enforcement workload.
Yep, that's a good one.
Okay. Great. And Katrina, did you have a comment? Okay. Anyone else have any thoughts on any laws and regulations? Dan.
The one that you just read, which I can't find, I think was a good suggestion. Could you read it again about internal education?
Certainly, internal training. The suggestion had been board members and staff leadership should avail themselves of opportunities to educate themselves about laws and regulations impacting the profession of accountancy.
I think that's a good one. I also think that partnering with local bar associations and this may fall more under outreach, but I think it falls under this one also. Partner with local bar associations to educate attorneys about accounting and to educate accountants about lawyering. Because these two professions meet at some point and can fit together. And if we can oil that joint, I think it would be best for I think it would help the public.
Okay. Great. So there is a fair an area of overlap in the two professions then, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're welcome to take a snapshot of my fingers too.
Wonderful, thank you. And Deidre, did you have something?
I have a question before I make a comment, if I could, please.
Of course.
I need to understand what that means that members and leadership should avail themselves. How do they avail themselves currently? I'm talking about internal training on that same subject.
Exactly. Right. I'm not entirely sure what the original respondent had intended. How do you go about staying current with laws and regulations yourself?
Carrie Ann, may I take a swipe at that one?
Certainly.
So there is new board member orientation at the outset. And then the training opportunities are through participation in events like AICPA and NASBA, where we are afforded the opportunity to participate because there are restrictions. And then also it's through the materials that we get them in advance. It has a lot of background in education. And then, often even as a licensee, sometimes I'll go, oh, wait, still have questions. And then it's reaching out to staff just to make sure that those are either answered in advance or at the meeting. I like this question. I support this as an item, and would just want to make sure we're focusing on really expand, the expansion of it and making it more routine, more of a process. Because right now, the orientation can be overwhelming to get that much information and assimilate it. And then, it is helpful to touch these topics, I think, more frequently than just when it's in front of you. So there's a lot to learn, even as a public or as a licensee member on this board. So this is a good point.
Absolutely, and I thank you so much for that. The reason I asked if about what they were doing is before making a recommendation. My recommendation would be to then work with the partnerships that we talked about in outreach to be able to establish, market, host, and recruit our own training opportunities. So whether it would be for regulation, whether it would be for law, whatever it is, that we should be leading that function for the group. Because when I first read it, I thought that meant that I had to do it on my own, or that as a board member, of course, I get a lot of information coming here as a board member, and I know the good works that you've done with some of our other organizations, Katrina, but how could it be that it would be a part of the culture that we are constantly talking about and doing training within the CBA? So that was one thing. That could also tie in with the recruitment of hiring staff that are experienced and dedicated to the role of providing the internal training for board members as well as staff leadership.
Right. So then the staff recruitment would be perhaps, would you consider that a subcategory of the training
Well, I think
issue,
it would be,
or would you?
as I'm looking at it here, it says hire staff with experience. So that to me would be that person with experience would be responsible for providing a training format, platform, or program, however you would want to look at it, that could include board members, staff leadership, and if at all possible, to the public. And I'm trying to think of the way to do that. Maybe one way would be to work with some of the partners that we identified in the outreach segment of this strategic planning process. Because there's a lot of good information that we have the ability at our fingertips, and how do we pull it together to put it in a bow and have it make sense as a process or plan? So if you did, like I said, hire somebody, then yes, they could be responsible for this, and it would be a more formalized as opposed to if I had time, or I'll go and read this. And then there's no format or formal way for discussion, which is always, always outstanding when it comes to really comprehension and understanding new terms and new laws.
Okay, and I regretfully announce that we do need to take public comment before we break for lunch. And there
Okay.
has been an expression that we should break for lunch promptly at 12:30. So let's go ahead, if we can, just leave it at this, that we've got a lot of good comments in, but we're going to have to resume this section at a later date. We're going to open up the Q&A with the board president's permission.
Please do.
Thank you. And then if anyone has any input on the legislation or the laws and regulations objectives that we've been discussing, you can look for the Q&A icon in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen. And then in the text field, enter "I would like to make a comment" and click send. And then I believe I will turn this back to Elizabeth. You have more experience than I in wrapping up meetings, but we did not receive any requests for public comment.
Thank you, Anne. So now actually it's break time for strategic planning. Since we did not finish, give me just a second as I pull up my slides here. We will continue this at a later date. I will be in communication with CBA executive team to schedule the second part to this planning session. Thank you all for your contributions to the objectives, or for the objectives contributed today. So again, we will come back. So it's not our formal wrap up since we didn't complete the strategic planning session today. But I will put up the slide for lunchtime, but I just wanted to pass it over to Board President Nancy Corrigan to see if she has any announcements she would like to make.
No, nothing other than to thank you both, Elizabeth and Anne. I think it's been a very good workshop, as it should be, interactive, lots of good thoughts coming forth as we work toward a plan, and we just appreciate the effort of the two of you. And we will regroup then for our regular meeting at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure dealing with Solid.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So now I'm the moderator. This is your moderator. I will turn off the video feed just so you all are comfortable taking your lunches. And when I come back, I will turn the video feed back on. Thank you so much and have a great lunch.
Welcome back from lunch, and welcome to the November 19th, 2021 California Board of Accountancy meeting. My name is Nancy Corrigan. I'm president of the California Board of Accountancy, or CBA. Please be advised that the meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 11133, which allows the CBA to continue to conduct meetings via teleconference through January 31st, 2022. At this time, I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed, our Board Relations Analyst, to take roll call and establish a quorum. When Ms. Reed calls your name, please unmute your microphone and state your name. Please remember to mute your microphone once you have stated your name. Thank you. Ms. Reed?
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Michael Savoy.
Michael Savoy, present.
Mark Silverman.
Mark Silverman, present.
Mary Jiang.
Mary Jiang, present.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines, present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Sochi Leon,
Sochi Leon, present.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Luz Molina Lopez, present.
Dee Dee Owens,
Dee Dee Owens, present.
Ariel Pay,
Ariel Pay, present.
Deirdre Robinson,
Deirdre Robinson, present.
and Katrina Salazar.
Katrina Salazar, present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I want to thank our CBA staff for always contributing to the success of our board meetings, as well as the Solid team for their assistance in facilitating this virtual meeting. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Members of the public interested in participating in the meeting must join the WebEx meeting. Information and instructions are posted on our website. All lines are currently on mute. As I facilitate this meeting to allow for proceeding in an orderly manner, lines will remain on mute until I direct the moderator to open them for public comments. I will announce when we are accepting public comments on the various issues, and the moderators will open the lines as appropriate. 5 minutes will be allotted to each individual providing comments. I would also like to remind board members and others speaking during the meeting to please use the raise hand feature if you wish to make a motion, ask a question, or make a comment. This approach is necessary to facilitate the meeting and ensure the board has the opportunity to complete its necessary business. I appreciate everyone's understanding of this process. At this time, we will start with agenda item 6, which is public comment for items not on the November meeting agenda. The moderator will provide general instructions and open the meeting for public comment. Moderator, please proceed.
Thank you. This is the moderator. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen. The Q&A is now open. Simply click on the Q&A icon, which is typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. It has a question mark inside of a square. Once you click that, a text box will appear. Type, I would like to make a comment, and send it to all panelists. So I'm going to pause for a moment to allow members of the public time to access the Q&A feature. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you. And now moving through the agenda, I'm going to start with agenda item 7, report of the president, but that would be 7D, Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities, Department of Consumer Affairs Representative, Office of Board and Bureau Services. We welcome Ms. Carrie Holmes. Ms. Holmes?
Good afternoon, Board President Corrigan and board members. I am Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations here at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you so much for allowing me to provide a department update at this time. DCA appreciates all board members and staff who have continued to serve through a pandemic that has affected us all in many ways. We are working together to find the right balance of staying connected and productive while staying safe and healthy. DCA and all its boards and bureaus continue to look to the future and use lessons learned to identify long-term efficiencies and policy changes. Staff are working in the office to provide the most effective customer protection and public service while also utilizing telework where appropriate. DCA is assembling a task force to help the department create a telework policy that will provide further clarity and structure for managers and staff. To combat the spread of COVID-19 and protect vulnerable communities, California is implementing enhanced safety measures for state employees and workers in healthcare settings. State employees must show proof of vaccination or be subject to regular COVID-19 testing. DCA's testing program kicked off in early October with the launch of a pilot at the DCA headquarters. Select programs are designated to test at headquarters, and the list of programs continues to grow. Board and committee members must follow health and safety protocols if they plan to visit a DCA location or attend an in-person board meeting, regardless of location. Members must verify vaccination or participate in testing. Please communicate any plans for in-person meetings as soon as possible so DCA can assist with coordination of teleconference options, vaccination verification, and COVID-19 testing. DCA recognizes the difficulty of planning for future meetings as the pandemic continues to evolve. As the law stands today, remote meetings are allowed until January 30th, 2022, after which time meetings will need to be in person in accordance with all aspects of the Open Meetings Act. We don't know what additional changes to the law may be coming, but I think we all recognize there are benefits to these remote meeting options, such as increased public participation, cost savings, and a lower carbon footprint due to reduced travel. DCA encourages boards and bureaus to continue utilizing remote meetings this year to protect the health of staff, board members, and the public. We will keep you updated on any additional changes to meeting requirements. Whether meeting remote or in person, DCA wants to keep your board fully seated with excellent members and diverse voices. DCA's communications team has been working on a new communications toolkit to assist boards with member recruitment, which will be available in multiple languages before the end of the year. In the meantime, please encourage individuals to visit board member resources on DCA's homepage to apply for appointments. DCA has been made aware of various scams affecting boards and bureaus. We have shared information about these scams on the DCA website and social media. Please take a moment to visit the DCA Fraud Alert webpage to be aware of these scams and learn how to protect yourself, licensees, and consumers from malicious individuals. And as a final reminder, 2021 is a mandatory sexual harassment prevention training year. This means all employees and board members are required to complete the training this year, which is rapidly approaching its end. Board members will now access the training through the Learning Management System, or LMS, which is DCA's training portal. Let us know if you have any questions with using the LMS, and we will help you. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. If there's anything we can do to assist, please reach out. This concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it back to Board President Corrigan.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Members, are there any questions or comments for Ms. Holmes? I wanted to mention that I did attend the DCA Quarterly Leadership Conference on October 12th. It was very informative, as they have tended to be, just excellent, good information being imparted. And they did mention an enlightened licensing project where various boards' licensing processes are being reviewed for efficiency and effectiveness, with a goal to improve all boards where needed and bring some consistency between them. And of course, our board and our staff are always looking at how to improve and increase turnaround time and that sort of thing for licensee and consumer information and to provide information. Also expediting refugee application and outreach, which is another project that we strive to participate in as far as expanding our website to make sure that happens and assigning individuals to those functions. So and I guess one final item I might mention is the credit card fees that most boards are absorbing them. The following boards are passing credit card fees on to licensees. Those would be the architects, pharmacy and court reporters. And at this point, and so far at least our board has decided to absorb those, but just something to keep in mind for the future. And members, if there are no questions for Ms. Holmes, I'm going to take it to see if there are any public comments first before we let you go. And moderator, would you please ask for any public comments?
Yes, this is the moderator. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate in public comment, click on the Q&A icon, which is a question mark inside of a square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text box, type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President Corrigan, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. And again, Ms. Holmes, thank you so much. We really do appreciate your time and all the information that you share with us. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, I'm going to move on, continuing under Agenda Item 7, and that would be 7A, 2022 California Board of Accountancy Member Committee Interest Survey. And these surveys, and I'm sure most of you are accustomed to them from past years, will be used by the newly elected CBA president to appoint members to the Committee on Professional Conduct, the Enforcement Program Oversight Committee, the Legislative Committee, and also appoint liaisons to the Qualifications Committee, the Peer Review Oversight Committee, and the Enforcement Advisory Committee. Attachment 2 in your materials is from the CBA Member Guidelines and Procedures Manual and provides detailed information regarding the CBA's committees. Each of the committees will have 2 CBA member liaisons as far as the advisory committees go, who will alternate, attending and oversighting the advisory committee meetings. So once you've reviewed the information, please complete attachment 1 and return it to Ms. Reed by Wednesday, December 1st. Members, are there any questions regarding this agenda item or the attachments and what you need to do? I do not see any hands. Moderator, would you please ask for any public comment?
This is the moderator. Members of the public, the Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. You can click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7B, announcement of California Board of Accountancy members appointed to the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, or NASBA, committees and board. And I want to point out that after the meeting materials were sent, staff were notified that Ms. Salazar was appointed as or elected as a director at large, and for NASBA, she will be attending NASBA board meetings, selected regional meetings, and she will chair a committee of NASBA, which we know now is the CPE committee, the Continuing Professional Education Committee. That committee oversees the CPE working group and related statements on standards for CPE programs. It also develops and promotes uniform rules and requirements for CPE among the various jurisdictions. Congratulations, Ms. Salazar. And Ms. Salazar completed the term as Pacific Regional Director for NASBA, and I will be stepping into her place, trying to reach that very high bar that we know she has set for me. And this position represents the Pacific region, so the various boards in the Pacific region, which includes 8 states or regions. It's responsible for communications with the Board of Accountancy in the Pacific region and presides over regional meetings. And these regional directors also participate in the NASBA Relations with Member Boards Committee, so I'm now part of that committee as well, which provides reciprocal communication between boards of accountancy and the NASBA Board of Directors. Now, being a board member of NASBA, I've inherited a chairperson role for the Computer-Based Test Administration Committee, CBT, Computer-Based Test Administration Committee. It promotes effective and efficient administration and operation of the Uniform CPA examination. That's domestically and international. With remote testing still in the infancy stages, that will be an important component of what this committee will do as far as assuring security over remote testing. Members, do you have any questions regarding this agenda item? Questions or comments? Not seeing any raised hands. Moderator, would you ask for public comment?
This is the moderator. I've opened up the Q&A. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, the instructions are on the screen. Simply click that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7C, discussion and possible action on the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants exposure draft on the proposed changes to the standards for performing and reporting on peer reviews. We have Michelle Center, our Chief of Licensing Division. Ms. Center?
Thank you, President Corrigan. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the board with the opportunity to discuss the AICPA's exposure draft on the proposed changes to the standards for performing and reporting on peer review. The exposure draft was not included in the hard copy of the meeting materials, but can be accessed by clicking on the hyperlink located in the first paragraph of the item. The proposed changes were made in an effort to make the standards easier to read, understand, and apply. CBA staff have reviewed the changes and found they do not contradict California laws and regulations. Select peer review oversight committee members reviewed the exposure draft with an eye toward consumer protection and existing California laws and regulations and did not identify any areas of concern. Staff recommend issuing the comment letter attached to the meeting materials in attachment 1. If the board wishes to provide edits, staff recommend that authority be delegated to the board president to approve the committee letter for submission by the December 15th deadline. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I'll turn it back over to President Corrigan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Center. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding Ms. Center's report or the materials presented? I'm not seeing any hands for comments. Members, may I have a motion? Mr. Jacobson?
I move that the letter reference be sent.
Stone?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion and the second from the members? And I'm not seeing any hands. Moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
Yes, this is the moderator. Members of the public, the Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, I see no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you. And Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the result?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes. Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 8, report of the Vice President. Mr. Savoy?
Thank you, President Corrigan. This item is to recommend the following for the Enforcement Advisory Committee. The reappointment of Doug Aguilera, CPA, as the chairman, the reappointment of Kathy Johnson, CPA, as vice chair, and the appointment of Jason Russell. The Enforcement Advisory Committee assists the CBA in an advisory capacity with enforcement activities. This includes reviewing closed investigation files, providing technical guidance on open investigations, and participating in investigative hearings. I have conferred with the CBA executive officer to verify that the individuals have met the appropriate requirements for a license renewal and have all demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve in a leadership capacity on the Enforcement Advisory Committee. I would therefore like to make a motion to reappoint Doug Aguilar, CPA, as chair, Kathy Johnson, CPA, as vice chair, and the Enforcement Advisory Committee effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, and also appoint Jason Russell to the Enforcement Advisory Committee through November 30th, 2023. I'm now going to turn it back to President Corrigan to get a second on my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Members, may I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Owens, I see your hand.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members, on the motion and the second? Seeing no hands, moderator, would you please ask for any public comment?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, follow the instructions on the screen. Click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. And Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the results?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And Mr. Savoy, continuing with agenda item 8B.
Appointments, reappointments to the Qualifications Committee. This item is to recommend the following for the Qualifications Committee: the appointment of Michael Williams, CPA, as chair, the appointment of Timothy Jones, CPA, as vice chair. The Qualifications Committee assists the CBA in its licensure activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensure and making recommendations to the CBA. This includes conducting work paper reviews with the applicant or the employer present to verify that the responses provided are reflective of the requisite experience for licensure. I have again conferred with the CBA executive officer to verify that each individual has met the appropriate requirements for a license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve in a leadership capacity on the Qualifications Committee. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Michael Williams, CPA, as chair and Timothy Jones, CPA, as vice chair of the Qualifications Committee effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. I'd like to turn it back over to President Corrigan to get a second on my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Members, may I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion,
I'm
Deirdre
sorry.
Robinson.
And who is? Oh, Ms.
Deirdre Robinson.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion before I open for public comment? Seeing no hands raised, moderator, would you ask for public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click the question mark inside of the square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type "I would like to make a comment" and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please, thank you. Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the results?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Savoy, continuing then with agenda item 8C.
Thank you. This item is to recommend the following for the Peer Review Oversight Committee. The reappointment of Jeffrey DeLiza, CPA, as chair, the appointment of Laura Ross, CPA, as vice chair, and the reappointment of Fiona Tam as a member. The Peer Review Oversight Committee assists the CBA in an advisory capacity in its oversight of the peer review program. As with all appointments and reappointments, I have verified that the individuals have met the requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member or in a leadership capacity on the Peer Review Oversight Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Jeff DeLizer as chair, to appoint Laura Ross as vice chair of the Peer Review Oversight Committee, effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, and reappoint Fiona Tam, CPA, to the Peer Review Oversight Committee through November 30th, 2023. I now turn it back over to President Corrigan for a second on my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Members, may I see if I raise a hand, a second to that motion? Ms. Owens?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this agenda item from the members? Seeing no hands, moderator, please ask for any public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Reed, please call for the vote. Provide the result.
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on now to agenda item 9, report of the Secretary Treasurer, Mark Silverman, Esquire, our Secretary Treasurer. Agenda item 9A. Mr. Silverman?
Thank you, Madam President. Provided is my review of the report of the Secretary Treasurer containing the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 financial statement. The CBA budget authority for last fiscal year was $16,323,000. The budget authority for the current fiscal year is set at $17,614,000, reflecting an end to the 9.23 employee compensation reduction. As displayed on page 2, actual expenditures were $14,424,336, and the CBA had a surplus of nearly 12%. On pages 3 and 4 are highlights of key expenditure items, including a display of the enforcement expenditures for the past 7 years. Our total revenues for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 amounted to nearly $18 million, which is an increase of about 41% over fiscal year 2019 to 20. This reflects the first full year of the license renewal and initial licensing fee increase that went into effect on January 1st, 2020. If you turn to the fund condition statement on page 6, the expenditures are located on the bottom portion of the page, and the CBA ended fiscal year 2020 to 21 with 7.9 months in the reserve fund, which reflects the impact of the general fund loan. The loan is scheduled to be repaid in fiscal year 2024 to 25. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer or have staff available to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding the Secretary Treasurer's report? And I'm not seeing any hands. Moderator, would you please ask for public comments?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you. And members and others observing, please note that agenda item 9B, presentation of the California Board of Accountancy fee analysis report, is being deferred to a future meeting. And we're ahead of schedule, so I'm going to push our afternoon break out a bit further when we're ready for that. So I'm moving on to agenda item 10, report of the executive officer. 10A, information discussion on the attest and general accounting experience requirements. Dominic Franzella, our Chief Enforcement Division. Mr. Franzella?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, or good afternoon, members. So this will be one of 3 items staff have prepared to assist the CBA in beginning and also laying foundation for future discussions on the attest and general accounting experience requirement for CPA licensure. So as the board embarks on discussion today, I would like to take note, it is not staff's intent in bringing these papers forward to have some type of resolution reached or some decisions reached on the actual topic today. Rather, these papers are designed to create a foundation for initial discussions, talk about some initial policy concerns staff have identified, and create a framework for future discussions on this important topic. So the first item, 10A, is being provided to supply the CPA or the CBA with background and historical information regarding the attest and general experience requirements for CPA licensure. This item is informational only and does not require any CBA action. Additionally, I would like to note, so everybody has a good context of the discussion to some extent, is what the definition of attest reports includes. And attest reports in California include an audit, a review of financial statements, or an examination of prospective financial information. Attest services do not include the issuance of a compiled financial statement. So this paper provides a high-level overview of the legislative history associated with the establishment of the general accounting experience, information on the requirements for general accounting and attest experience, a prior task force examination of the topic, information on a CBA attest study that was performed during 2014 and 15, and some pertinent population statistics. So looking first at the legislative history surrounding the establishment of the general experience requirement, members can find this in the background section of your item, pages 1 and 2. So in short, prior to its 2000 sunset review process, the CBA had been exploring the topic of increased conformity with the Uniform Accountancy Act. Some of the topics discussed was including a shift to a single pathway for licensure that increased educational requirements to include a baccalaureate degree or higher with a minimum of 150 semester units, and establishing a 1-year general accounting experience requirement that did not necessitate the need to demonstrate completion in the test level functions. Part of the push to move to the general accounting experience centered on the barrier of obtaining a test experience created, and that many individuals did not want nor plan to work in the attest field. So during the legislative process, stakeholders raised some concerns regarding the impact increased educational requirements would have on entry into the profession, and that the attest functions are the only functions necessary, or are the only functions and services that are exclusive to the CPA profession. So as it related to the experience requirement, a compromise was reached whereby individuals could enter the profession under general accounting experience. However, if they wanted to sign reports on attest engagements, they would still need to satisfy the attest experience requirement. So under the comments section on pages 3 and 4, staff have included an overview of the general accounting and attest experience requirements. So applicants are required to have a minimum of 1 year of qualifying general accounting experience, which they can gain in public accounting, private industry, government, or academia. As it's specific to academia, you can only obtain general accounting experience through academia, and all experience must be supervised. So to qualify for general accounting experience, applicants can earn experience providing any type of service or advice involving the use of accounting, attest, compilation, management advisory, financial advisory, tax, or consulting skills. The work performed by applicants in these areas must be performed in accordance with applicable professional standards. And it's important to highlight that applicants are not required to complete experience in any or all of the aforementioned areas. Applicants can complete all their experience in one of those areas, for example, management advisory, and still meet the 1 year requirement. Applicants demonstrate completion of the general accounting experience by having their employer submit the Certificate of General Experience form, which staff have included in attachment 1. Supervisors completing and signing the form when they're doing so indicate that they have reviewed and evaluated the qualifying work on a routine and recurring basis and have authority and oversight over the applicant. One thing supervisors of the form who are completing the general accounting form are not doing is opining on the quality or competency of the work performed by the applicants. Licenses issued with the general accounting experience requirement allow individuals to offer and render the full range of services, with the exception that they may not sign reports on attest engagements. For individuals who want the authority to sign reports on attest engagements, in addition to completing the 1 year general experience requirement, they must also document a minimum of 500 hours of experience satisfactory to the CBA in attest services. So in the middle of page 4 of your item, staff have identified what applicants must complete and perform as part of the minimum 500 hours. I'd like to stress that the minimum is 500 hours, and it is just that, a minimum. And in most cases, hours needed to complete and demonstrate competency in these 5 areas requires well in excess of the 500 hours. So applicants demonstrate completion of the attest experience by having their employers submit the Certificate of Attest Experience form, which staff have included in attachment 2. Again, supervisors signing this form and filling it out are indicating that they have reviewed and evaluated the qualifying work on a routine and recurring basis and have authority and oversight over the applicant. One distinct difference between the completion of the general accounting experience and the attest experience forms is that in the attest experience requirement, supervisors do opine on whether applicants demonstrate an understanding of the various applicable professional standards that make up the attest-related services. So the next section covered in the comments includes a brief history of a prior task force that evaluated the same topic. This task force was the Task Force to Examine Experience for CPA Licensure, or more commonly referred to as TEAL. TEAL conducted meetings in 2013 and was comprised of CBA members, a qualifications committee member, a member from academia, a member from NASBA, a member representing the accounting profession, and a member representing consumers. TEAL studied the accounting experience requirements trending nationally, California's own accounting experience requirements, relevant California pre-licensure and license renewal requirements and statistics, and the experiences of the consuming public and accounting profession. TEAL ultimately provided the CBA with 3 recommendations related to California's accounting experience requirement. One was to maintain status quo related to California's general accounting experience. They recommended the CBA continue to explore the possibility of allowing academia experience to qualify towards the general accounting experience requirement. And they also recommended to eliminate the attest experience requirement. The CBA accepted the first two TO recommendations, but after extensive discussions elected not to pursue elimination of the attest experience requirement at that time. The CBA believed additional study of the topic was necessary prior to approaching the legislature with any recommendations regarding modifying or eliminating attest experience. This additional study comprises the third area of the comment section and is found on pages 6 and 7 and is the CBA attest study. The CBA directed staff to gather research and data of California licensees regarding the 500-hour attest requirement and to work with NASBA and others to obtain data nationally. At the direction of then CBA President Savoy, the CBA hired a consultant to facilitate the data collection as related to California's attest experience requirement. So in the middle of page 6 on this item, staff have highlighted the California specific groups targeted for the attest study. The results of the specific groups noted that the majority of respondents in most stakeholder groups wanted to maintain the existing attest experience requirement. For the national survey, the CBA received responses from 35 states, with all but 5 noting that they only maintained a general accounting experience requirement for licensure. Of the 5 that maintained some type of attest experience at the time, 1 was seeking to eliminate it. And of the 30 states that had only general accounting experience, 2 reported that they were considering reinstating their attest experience requirement, with 1 state reporting that it had experienced significant increases in issues related to failure to follow professional standards. I would like to note that staff have not performed any follow-up regarding these older survey results, but to the best of its knowledge, no state has reinstated an attest experience requirement. But as a result of the survey, the CBA concluded that the 500-hour attest experience requirement is sufficient for CPA licensure. The final area covered in the comment section relates to pertinent population statistics regarding general accounting and attest experience requirements. These statistics are found on pages 7 and 8 of your item. As members consider the tables, as noted, prior to 2002, the CBA only issued licenses with the authority to sign reports on attest engagement. And over the nearly 2 decades, the general experience has been an option for licensure. The CBA has experienced a sizable growth of individuals seeking licensure with general experience. So as noted in Table 1 of the current active population, nearly 40% are individuals with general accounting experience. Over the past decade of applications approved for licensure, over 70% are being approved with general accounting experience as highlighted in Table 2. And finally, in Table 3, this shows the number of individuals over the last decade that have sought to have their license converted to allow them to sign reports on attest engagements. So at this time, I'd like to turn discussions back over to President Corrigan, and I'll do my best to answer members' questions related to the background and history of the general and attest experience requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding Mr. Franzella's presentation or the materials? I'm seeing no raised hands. Moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of the square, typically located at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type "I would like to make a comment" in the ask field and send it to all panelists. I do have individual identified as Jason Fox who would like to make a comment. Jason, I'm going to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Okay, I have sent a request to unmute your microphone.
This is Jason Fox with the California Society of CPAs. I'll reserve some comments for the upcoming agenda items. I'm sure there'll be much more conversation and discussion, but I do want to acknowledge and underscore that the staff's detailed analysis and report on the history of this conversation. This is a long and substantial conversation that's happened within the profession and with the Board of Accountancy over the last few years, and there's a lot of different implications. So I think it's very important that there was a very thorough analysis and kind of background and to have that conversation that you're going to have in the next two items with this context. So I do want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Board President, no further requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you. And Mr. Franzella, moving on then to agenda item 10B. Discussion of possible action regarding future consideration of the attest and general accounting experience requirements, including possible modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. So the purpose of this agenda item is to provide the opportunity for the CBA to discuss the possibility of establishing a framework for discussions on exploring the experience requirements for CPA licensure, including possible modifications. The paper is divided into two key areas. First, recent policy issues and concerns surrounding the general accounting and attest experience requirements, and the second area being a possible framework the CBA could consider in exploring the accounting and attest experience requirements. So beginning on page 2 and carrying on to the top of page 6 are 3 policy issues and concerns staff have identified surrounding the general accounting and attest experience requirements. These include 1, accounting firms that provide attest services when the firm's ownership is comprised solely of CPAs who are not authorized to sign reports on attest engagements. Second, licensees who are owners of accounting firms and want to obtain the necessary experience to convert their license to include the authority to sign attest reports. And third, reciprocal licenses issued under Business and Professions Code, or BPC, section 5087. Again, as staff noted in the paper, there are likely more issues than these ones that staff have identified and may get fleshed out during a more thorough review. But the first issue regarding accounting firms that provide a test study when the firm's ownership is comprised solely of CPAs who are not authorized to sign reports on attest engagements can be found beginning on pages 2, can be found on the beginning of page 2 and continue on to the top of page 4. The overall topic itself is not something new to the CBA, and it has been discussing this for some time, and as recently as last CBA meeting, in fact. The CBA has even developed some policy solutions to increase consumer protection and notification regarding firms in this situation, and we've highlighted those in the numbered list on page 2 of this item. However, while exploring this topic, staff recently considered the implications of this when individuals are operating as a sole proprietorship using solely their respective individual CPA license. Specifically, CPAs who operate as an unincorporated sole proprietorship who have employees or possibly contract with another CPA to sign a report on an attest engagement through the sole proprietor who themselves is not authorized to sign reports on attest engagements. This new subset creates a different concern for the CBA. Corporation and partnership licenses are themselves not inherently restricted. The CBA does not issue these licenses with an authority to sign reports on attest engagements, and corporation and partnership license can perform the full scope of work depending on who actually signs the engagement. The same is not true for unincorporated sole proprietorships. The Accountancy Act under section 5035.1 defines accounting firm to include sole proprietors. These individuals could have inherent limitations on the scope of work that they are authorized to sign. Given that the Accountancy Act combined with CBA Regulation 50.1, an argument could be made for a scenario that we've highlighted on page 3 of your materials. And specifically, where an unincorporated sole proprietorship who uses their personal CPA license without authority to sign reports on attest engagements that have employees or hire a contractor, either of whom have a CPA license to sign reports on attest engagements, could issue attest reports under the CPA license of the sole proprietorship that is not authorized to sign reports on attest engagements. The legislature took important steps to create inherent limitations on individual licenses. The scenario that we've identified could be seen as circumventing the legislature's intent and create a potential gray area that needs to be addressed. The second policy issue identified by staff can be found on page 4 of your materials, and these are licensees who are owners of accounting firms and want to attain the necessary experience to convert their license to include the authority to sign attest reports. The CBA has begun receiving inquiries from CPAs who were issued a license with general accounting experience, wanting to convert them to having the license with authority to sign attest reports. However, the CPAs are owners of accounting firms. While we do receive conversion applications on a regular basis, these are in instances where the applicants are employees. As noted in the prior item, to qualify as experience, it must be supervised. The CPA's definition of supervision centers on a more employer-employee relationship, whereby the supervisors have reviewed and evaluated qualifying work on a routine and recurring basis and have authority and oversight over the applicant. The inquiry staff have begun receiving include owners of accounting firms seeking whether it is allowable for an employee to have their attest experience associated with their, seeking whether it is allowable for an employee who has the attest experience associated with their license to sign off on the requisite experience for the employer. Staff have informed these individuals that under the CPA's definition of supervised experience, this was not allowable, as there is not a reasonable way that the employee can have authority and oversight over the owners of an accounting firm. The CBA used this definition for over a decade and was specifically established to ensure a level of oversight and authority between the employer and employee. When establishing this definition, the CBA never really considered the need to have a definition that would allow for owners to have their work supervised as a means to convert licenses to the attest authority. As highlighted in the statistics in the previous item, the population is definitely shifting towards general experience. And with fewer licensees able to sign reports on attest engagements, the CBA may want to take steps to create a model for employers to obtain this necessary experience. There is a long-term possibility that absent taking steps, the population of available CPAs to perform attest work could reduce to a level that would minimize consumer choices or on who can provide these important services. The final policy issue staff have included and identified in the paper begins on page 5 and carries on to the top of page 6 and relates to reciprocal licenses issued under BPC section 5087. Section 5087 has been in the Accountancy Act since 1995, and while it is not a straightforward reciprocal license approach, it does provide for a streamlined process. As it pertains to experience requirements for meeting 5087, if the state for which the individual is licensed authorizes them to sign reports on attest engagements, then California will issue a license with the authority to sign reports on attest engagements. Given that most, if not all states, issue licenses with only requirements being general accounting experience, and this allows them to sign reports on attest engagements, these individuals do qualify for CPA licensure in California with attest authority. While this creates increased reciprocity for individuals seeking licensure in California, it may be these individuals have never engaged in the attest functions or have not done so in some time, yet they are authorized to sign reports here. So on page 6, staff have included a section regarding a possible framework the CBA can consider in exploring this topic of general accounting and attest experience requirements. Given the complex issues regarding this topic, in addition to other policy issues the CBA may identify, staff are providing the CBA with some options for its consideration. These could include assigning the topic to the Committee on Professional Conduct, maintain the discussions and deliberations at the full CBA, or establish a task force to perform work and make recommendations to the CBA. staff are recommending the third option, the establishment of a task force for the purposes of exploring this topic in greater detail and providing ultimate recommendations to the CBA for its consideration. This will allow the CBA president to select individuals with a range of knowledge, experience, and background to serve on the task force. For any groups who eventually studies this topic, in addition to discussing the topics identified already by staff believes the group should also consider the impact of CPA evolution, the Uniform Accountancy Act attest firm discussion that was occurring back in 2019 prior to the pandemic, and the prior CBA attest study. So staff are recommending that CBA establish the task force to discuss the topic and provide input and recommendations to the CBA on general accounting and attest experience. If the CBA does elect to move forward with this task force, staff have prepared item 10C to assist in establishing the actual composition and framework for the task force. So at this time, I'd like to turn discussions back over to President Corrigan, and we'll do my best to answer members' questions.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding these materials or Mr. Franzella's report? Mr. Savoy.
Yeah, having been involved during the prior task force and also being on the board during all the discussions, this topic seems to circle back every few years, and rightfully so. People should be aware that there are an awful lot of general licensed CPAs that are doing attest work. The only time we find out about it is either through discipline or a disgruntled consumer or Department of Labor or whomever. So I believe this is an important topic. I feel sorry for the states that just have a general license and how they deal with this. But I do believe at this time, since the topic continues to cycle back again, that we reinstitute a task force made up of a good variety of people, similar to what we had done with the mobility task force, and once and for all come up with what we believe is the proper authority in California for dealing with this A versus G license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. And if this motion were to be seconded and passed in that, then the details of that would be handled in agenda item 10C. Members, do I have a second to that motion? Ms. Owens?
This is important to consider again. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the members? Ms. Salazar?
Sorry, that's a delayed motion. Hand. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So if there is no further discussion on the motion and the second, moderator, please open for public comments on this topic.
This is the moderator. The Q&A feature is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, typically located at the bottom right-hand side of your WebEx screen, and type, "I would like to make a comment" in the text field and send it to all panelists. I do have individual identified as Jason Fox who would like to make a comment. Jason, I will unmute you in just a moment here, or I'll send a request to unmute you. Request sent.
Jason Fox of the California Society of CPAs, and we would agree that this is an important conversation for the board to have it in a very thoughtful and analytical approach. And we would support the task force framework to do so. I think that provides the best forum to have meaningful stakeholder engagement. While the online virtual board meetings are very accessible for a lot of people, it is a little clunky to give stakeholder public feedback beyond just the public comment periods. But I think a task force would allow for the appropriate dialogue and back and forth discussion that this issue warrants. So we would encourage the board to approach this issue with that framework. Thank you.
Board President, no further requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. And Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the result?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And moving on then to agenda item 10C, discussion and possible action for developing a framework for establishing a task force to evaluate the test and general accounting experience requirements. Please continue, Mr. Franzella.
Thank you. So this is the last paper associated with this overall topic of the general and attest experience requirements. And for this one, the CBA is being asked to establish the objective and composition of the task force to examine experience requirements for CPA licensure. And the paper is broken up into those two sections, the objective of the task force and the composition of the membership. So on page 2 of your item, staff have included a section specific to establishing the objectives of the task force. This section includes a proposed objective using an overarching question to establish that objective, and also includes 3 questions to assist as guideposts in evaluating recommendations made by the task force to the CBA. So in the board's prior CBA attest study, it used an overarching question, and it appears to be a valuable and appropriate question to once again serve as the objective for this task force, and it's specifically, is the present attest experience requirement necessary and sufficient to support the CBA mission to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with professional standards? Staff also believe that the 3 original questions used by the prior task force, Teal, would once again be valuable to have for the new task force as they use them to evaluate any recommendations. And these would include what is the problem the CBA is attempting to solve, who will be impacted and how will they be impacted, and finally, how will the final outcome further the CBA's primary mandate of consumer protection. As for the composition of the task force, on the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, staff have included the prior members and composition of Teal. And staff continue to believe this is an appropriate composition for the future task force and would include CBA members, whether or not it's 2 to 4 members, evenly split between public and licensee members, a member representing the accounting profession, a national or a NASBA member, a member representing consumers, a member with CPA license issued with general experience, and a member of academia. So on the bottom of page 3 and carrying on to top of page 4, staff have included a recommendation that basically includes all the summaries from my report right now. So rather than read them again, they are outlined on pages 3 and 4. And with that, I'll turn back over discussions to President Corrigan and be happy to answer any questions members may have. One final note, additionally, staff would recommend that the CBA delegate the appointment of the various members of the task force to the incoming CBA president.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Members, do we have any questions or comments regarding this portion of Mr. Franzella's report? And if there are no questions or comments, may I have a motion? Mr. Savoy?
I make a motion to move forward on staff's recommendations to reestablish this task force going forward.
Thank you. And do I have a second to that motion? Mr. Jacobson.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion on this item before we open for public comment? Seeing no new hands, moderator, would you ask for public comment?
Moderator, the Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please do. Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the results?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Excuse me, Ms. Reed, I think staff may have a follow-up question to the motion. Mr. Franzella?
Thank you. Mr. Savoy, just to clarify the motion to make sure it's clear in the record, are you just recommending to adopt staff recommendation on pages 3 and 4 of the item to include both the composition, but also the objectives and the delegation to the board president?
Yes, I do. In looking at page 2 and 3, those were some powerful people. It was an incredible task force. I hope we're able to meet those standards. But yes, what you said is part of my motion.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jacobson, is that what you're seconding?
That's correct.
Good. Thank you. I don't think I need further discussion, go to public. It's just a clarification. So Ms. Reed, would you start over then with the roll call or vote and provide the result?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And moving on then to agenda item 10D, report of the Administration Division, Deanne Pierce, our Assistant Executive Officer. Ms. Pierce?
Thank you. So agenda item 10D is the report of the Administration Division, or RAD for short. My report will be brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have. Let's over here. So starting with the administration unit, staff are working on planning items for 2022. This includes the new leadership roundtable and the chair-vice chair training, which we actually haven't held for a couple years, but we will be coordinating an updated training for January. And I'm going to skip over to page 3 and provide an update on the CBA's pending rulemaking packages. Since the prior meeting, the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL, has approved our rulemaking that made changes to the Certificate of Attest Experience forms, and those new forms will be effective on January 1, 2022. Staff have also been working with OAL on the Practice Privilege Notification Form rulemaking package, and we anticipate needing some modifications to the language and the form itself, so we will be discussing this in more detail at the January board meeting. And then on December 28th, staff will be conducting a public hearing on the satisfactory evidence rulemaking. That's to kind of modernize how we accept educational documents for exam and licensure applications. And this will be the first public hearing that we conduct virtually for a rulemaking instead of in person. And then last, I want to update members on the proposed regulations for sale, transfer, or discontinuance of a licensee's practice. We did have a public hearing in September. However, a second public hearing is scheduled for January 6, 2022. And for the January 6th public hearing, we are required to provide a notice to all licensees regarding the proposal and an opportunity to provide comments on the proposed regulations. So for the licensing members of the board, you'll be receiving a letter in the mail regarding the hearing. And that concludes my report, and I will turn it back over to President Corrigan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding the materials or Ms. Pierce's report? And seeing that there are no hands raised, thank you, Ms. Pierce. And we will then continue on to agenda item 10E, update on the California Board of Accountancy's Communications and Outreach. Patrick Ibarra, Information and Planning Officer. Mr. Ibarra.
Good afternoon, President Corrigan and members of the board. I'm happy to report that the October 20th virtual outreach event hosted by the CBA was a roaring success. Titled The Pathway to Your CPA, it was attended by more than 300 individuals, fairly evenly split between students and those already working in the accounting profession. President Corrigan and Vice President Savoy did an excellent job addressing the topics during the panel discussion. Their knowledge about the industry and how they conveyed it during the presentation was inspiring. I want to personally thank the other two panelists who joined us, Robert Lee, CPA, a former CBA Advisory Committee member, and Michael Hurley, CPA. They provided their own unique perspectives to an audience eager to learn from four experienced leaders. Many in attendance gave us feedback that they were impacted most by the personal career experiences and advice shared by the panelists. CBA staff member David Hemphill was an affable host for the event, guiding the program through presentations and moderating the panel discussion and Q&A session, which ended the evening. Kudos must also go to the other CBA staff involved who answered many of the attendees' questions during the Q&A session. We appreciate you, and the audience did too. I'd also like to thank Cal CPA, who let its membership know about the event and undoubtedly increased awareness and participation in it. DCA, who helped us create an eye-catching flyer that you can view in this report, used to promote the event online and on social media, was also shared by the DCA on their own social media pages. And finally, many thanks go out to all of our college and university contacts who made their students aware of the opportunity to acquire important information directly from the CBA. We look forward to hosting more events like this one in 2022. The videos I presented to you at the September meeting of President Corrigan encouraging licensees to consider becoming a member of the CBA or serving on a CBA advisory committee have now been viewed over 750 times. They were a significant piece of our campaign to raise awareness for the vacancies of these bodies and surely contributed to the recent new appointments to the committees. 2 new web pages were recently created to educate and protect our licensees. The first highlights the new ethics-based series of CE courses that KPMG made available to all California CPAs at no cost. Instructions on how to register and the link to the courses are provided on that page, which can be accessed by clicking a prominent banner on the CBA website homepage. The second website is a page on the CBA website dedicated to warning licensees of scams, similar to what Ms. Holmes described earlier, that's available on DCA's website. The page will be updated if and when any new fraud attempts are uncovered in the future. I'm excited to announce that the CBA social media pages surpassed 10,000 total followers in mid-October. We're on our way to being social media influencers. Board members better keep working on their selfies. Having more of our stakeholders following and interacting with us on social media is so important for the CBA to be able to get our messaging out to larger numbers of people when needed. One of the most successful posts of the past couple of months was our announcement of the passage of Assembly Bill 298, the sponsored one by the CBA, which allows exam candidates to sit for the uniform CPA examination up to 6 months before completing their required education. The LinkedIn post received very positive reactions and was shared numerous times, allowing it to be seen by almost 3,000 people on that platform alone. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I'll now turn it back over to President Corrigan, but I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding these materials or Mr. Ibarra's report? Seeing no hands, I'm going to ask the moderator to open for public comment on both agenda item 10D, report of Administration Division, and E, the update that we just received on outreach. Thank you.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment" in the text field, and send it to all panelists. No comments have been received. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you. And before we take our 15-minute break, I'd like to get through agenda item 11, our report on our Enforcement Advisory Committee, Qualifications Committee, and Peer Review Oversight Committee, for which there is no report. But starting with 11A, our Enforcement Advisory Committee, we have Catherine A. Johnson, CPA. She's the Vice Chair. And welcome, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kathy Johnson, and I am the Enforcement Advisory Committee Vice Chair. The Enforcement Advisory Committee held its meeting on October 7th, 2021 via the online platform WebEx. The EAC conducted 2 investigative hearings at its October meeting. I would like to also thank the CBA members, Ms. Owen, for attending the EAC meeting and providing an update on CBA activities. Our next meeting will be held on December the 2nd, 2021. Additionally, I would like to thank the CBA for recommending the appointment of our newest EAC member, Jason Russell, CPA, my reappointment as Vice Chair, and Mr. Aguilera's reappointment as Chair. At this time, I would like to turn the discussion of this item back over to President Corrigan, and I will be happy to answer any questions that members may have. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson. Members, do we have any questions or comments regarding this agenda item? I'm not seeing any raised hands. Moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Ms. Johnson, we certainly want to tell you how much we appreciate your service on the advisory committee and all the important work that it performs, and for attending and joining us today. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 11B, Qualifications Committee report of the October 20th, 2021 meeting will be presented by Michelle Center, our Chief Licensing Division. Ms. Center.
Thank you. I'm presenting today on behalf of the Chair of the Qualifications Committee. The Qualifications Committee met on October 20th, 2021. Since December 2020, they conducted 2 subcommittee meetings. There were a total of 9 Section 69 reviews. 9 applicants were recommended for approval of a CPA license. The Qualifications Committee's next public meeting will take place on January 26, 2022. That concludes the report. I'll turn it back over to you, President Corrigan.
Ms. Center. Members, are there any questions regarding this agenda item for Ms. Center? And I'm not seeing any hands raised. Moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
The moderator, the Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on your screen shortly. If you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you, Ms. Center. I also just want to thank other members of our various advisory committees, even though, for example, there was not a report from the PROC. I know Mr. DeLizer was present and observing meetings. Between today and yesterday, we also had Doug Aguilera, who's the chair of our Enforcement Advisory Committee, and Michael Williams, vice chair of our Qualifications Committee. We appreciate all your hard work and effort, your volunteer time, and the important support that you provide to this board and allowing us to do our important work as well. Thank you all. We really appreciate it. And now I'm gonna, we'll take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break and then reconvene. Thank you.
Elizabeth, this is Deanne. Can you confirm that we do have all the members up and their cameras are on?
I'm checking at this moment. One more.
Thank you, members. We just needed to determine that we had a quorum so that we can continue and go forward. So continuing then on the agenda, item 12, report of the Enforcement Chief, Dominic Franzella, our Chief Enforcement Division for the Enforcement Activity Report. Mr. Franzella?
Thank you, Madam President. So good afternoon again, members. The activity report before you today is for the first 3 months of fiscal year 21-22. So looking first to complaints, which are on pages 1 and 2, the CBA has received 614 complaints, or had received 614 complaints during that window, which represented a 34% increase compared to the prior fiscal year for that same period. Moving on to investigations and investigations pending on pages 3 through 5, staff have closed 676 cases, with 99% closed within 1 year. On page 4, you will see enforcement has 718 cases in its pending investigations inventory. At that time, there were 6 cases over 24 months, and staff were working were making progress on those cases, and had 4 of the 6 cases had reports being prepared, and we had actually filed since then an accusation in one of the cases and have held an investigative hearing. So those cases are moving along. Looking to discipline, pages 6 through 9 of the report. As it relates to the AG referrals, the CBA referred 12 matters to the AG and filed 7 pleadings, with the majority of those being accusations. The CBA had 36 cases pending at the AG's office. And lastly, the CBA had taken action on 11 disciplinary orders, with all but 1 of them being stipulated settlements. Moving to citation and fine on pages 10 and 11, the CBA had issued 84 citations, with just over 80% of the citations for the annual or for the specific violation of the minimum yearly CE requirement, or commonly known to as 20 and 12. And during those periods of time, we've also received 19 citation appeals and citation and fine appeals. We had withdrawn 7 and affirmed or upheld 9 of those appeals at that point in time. Unlicensed activity on pages 12 and 13, the CBA had received 105 complaints regarding unlicensed activity, and have obtained compliance for 100, or have closed 151 matters and closed for compliance for 145 of those matters. As for the last section in your materials, for this item on probation monitoring on pages 14 and 15, we had 138 probationers at the time of this report, and we had found 20 violations, with the vast majority of them being submitting quarterly reports or failing to pay cost reimbursement. The probation unit conducted probation orientations earlier this week and is all caught up with any outstanding orientations. So at this time, I'd like to turn discussions back over to President Corrigan, and I'll do my best to answer any members' questions.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Members, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Franzella on his report or on the materials presented to you? Ms. Young?
Yes, thank you for the excellent report. Vice President Savoy mentioned earlier that one of the task force that you're looking at is all these different licensing. And he said that, you know, there's a lot of unsuspected or undiscovered activity that you know, you don't know. I mean, it'd be like a glacier, a lot of them underneath. I mean, if you were able to discover more, would your task, would your workload be just double or triple? I mean, how do you, I guess, enforce what you don't know?
With all honesty, I don't know actually how to answer that particular question. And as much as I'm not really sure what the overall impact would be, but if we did find a significant amount of individuals in that, you know, who are performing certain services that are not authorized to do, it's a level of unlicensed activity, and the board has handled this particular issue over a couple of cases over the years. And depending on the nature of that unlicensed activity, it could take a considerable amount of time. Sometimes it's fairly quick, sometimes it takes us a while, but I don't really know what the overall impact is unless they come before us, at which point then I work with my team to assign the resources to make sure we're getting them addressed as quickly as possible, because it is a significant consumer risk when individuals are doing work that they're not authorized to be able to perform.
Yeah, it's like you hit one mole and you find another one later, right? Whack-a-mole.
Thank you. Ms. Owens?
Thank you. And thank you for the detailed report. I just had a question on the online form in the last bullet. How has staff marketed that so far to, is it on the website? Have we promoted it in anything just to give folks the awareness that the activity form exists online now?
I honestly cannot speak to that. I don't know if either Ms. Pierce or Mr. Ibarra can speak to it as to what's been going on from an outreach perspective.
I know we've included the information in some of the reports that we've prepared lately, but I certainly think that there's some more that we can do on the social media side and in our update articles. So I appreciate that input, and we will take it and get some stuff going here in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, members, before we ask for public comment? Seeing no hands raised, moderator, please ask for comments from the public.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. Members of the public, the instructions are on the screen if you wish to participate. Click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 13, report of the licensing chief, Michelle Center, Chief, Licensing Division, for the licensing activity report. Ms. Center?
Thank you, President Corrigan. The Licensing Activity Report, or LAR, covers the period of time between July 1, 2021 and September 30th, 2021. Please note, the LAR has undergone significant revisions to better reflect how data is publicly reported elsewhere, including data in the DCA and CBA annual reports. For example, the CBA has changed how application processing times are calculated to match DCA's licensing program measurements, which are publicly reported on DCA's website. This new approach represents the average number of days a complete application takes to be processed, instead of the number of days for the last application processed. Using this new method, exam applications were being processed within 10 days, CPA licenses were being processed within 15 days, firm licenses were being processed within 23 days, and out-of-state firm registrations processed within 19 days, all under the 30-day processing goal. In response to guidance issued by the federal government that recognizes long COVID as a disability, CBA will accept testing accommodation requests from applicants who suffer from this disability. Veterans and service members may qualify to receive reimbursement for their CPA exam testing fees via the GI Bill. I'm pleased to announce that the CBA website has been updated with contact information for this federal program. Now, if you turn your attention to page 2 of the LAR, there were over 38,000 stakeholder inquiries in the form of emails and telephone calls, and this is inclusive of the CBA calls directed to the DCA call center. The report also contains trend information beginning on page 2. Beginning January 1, 2022, please note that newly adopted legislation allows candidates to apply for the CPA exam before they complete the educational requirements. These candidates will be represented as contingent in tables 3 and 12, beginning with the next calendar year, which will be included in the upcoming LAR. On pages 4 through 7, data related to renewal deficiencies and continuing education audits are displayed. DCA issued a new CE waiver on September 28, 2021. The waiver is in addition to the prior waiver. All licensees with a license expiring between March 2020 and September 2021 have until January 31st, 2022 to complete their CE requirements. All licensees with a license expiring on October 31st, 2021 have until March 31st, 2022 to complete their CE requirements. The applications reported as deficient in these tables no longer include licensees that fall under DCA's COVID-19 CE extension waiver. Table 7 is now reported as a cohort. If a deficiency is corrected, it will move to deficient resolved. If not, it will move to enforcement referral. This will allow us to track the resolution of outstanding deficiencies from prior years. Table 8 lists the reasons for enforcement referral. As of September 30th, 2021, 121 licensees were referred to the Enforcement Division. The top reason for referral was a first-year 2012 violation. Table 9 is now reported as a cohort. As of September 30th, 2021, 614 of the 755 audits in fiscal year 2021 are compliant. 227 licensees have been selected for audit in fiscal year 21-22. Of the 227, 131 have already been found to be compliant. Table 10 has been restructured to be more in line with the DCA annual report. Restructuring the table in this way will allow for the end of year reporting to match data publicly reported at our board meetings. The table now includes several subtotal rows, and fictitious name permits have been added to the table. You may notice a change in the number of active and inactive licensees from prior years. Beginning with this LAR, staff are utilizing a new approach to capture population statistics that allows for more precision in this area. On pages 8 through 12, data related to military and refugee, asylee, and special immigrant visa holders are displayed. This LAR provides significantly more detail than the prior LAR. Examination requests will be broken down by contingent and non-contingent going forward when we have the early entry for the examination. Licensees approved will be broken down by general and a test. In Table 13, the data has been broken down by a test versus general licensee types. You may notice that some data in the first column was represented as not captured, but subtotals are still available. This is because while the number of CPAs was captured in that year, it was not previously disaggregated by a test in general authority. That concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it back over to President Corrigan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Center. Members, are there any questions or comments for Ms. Center regarding her report or the materials? Ms. Owens?
Yes, I have a question just because of the conversation we had earlier in the day around the attest versus the general experience. On table 4, it shows there 1,255 applicants got the license for the general and then the 2,700 for a test. On the other table, it's the opposite. That's in the other agenda item, and it's the same for the prior year. Which one is correct? I'm assuming this one's incorrect and the other one is correct. Can you clarify for me? And just so you know, I'm referring to table 2 and the agenda item. It was 10A.
So I don't have table 2, but looking at these numbers, you are most likely correct that we need to go and swap those two because it does not make sense that the attest would be a higher number. So
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So I was going to say, then we have no issue. Okay. Got it.
Thank you. Anything further, members, before we ask for public comments? Ms. Leone?
I just want to acknowledge the hard work behind data disaggregation to increase transparency in the work that the team is doing. So thank you so much. It does not go unnoticed, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Very nice. Anything further, members? Seeing no additional hands raised, moderator, please ask for public comments on this agenda item.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment" in the Ask field, and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please do. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Center. Moving on to agenda item 14 is the meeting minutes. And agenda item 14A is adoption of the minutes of the September 23rd, 24th CBA meeting, which includes non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were received. Do I have a motion to adopt those minutes? Ms. Robinson?
I make a motion to adopt the minutes with changes from the September 23rd CBA meeting.
Thank you. 23rd, 24th, if that's okay with you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Leone, I see your hand. May I have a second?
That was a carryover, but I second it.
Great, thank you. Very good. Any further discussion on this agenda item, members, before we ask for public comment? Seeing no hands, moderator,
President
please.
Corrigan, may I?
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
This is Katrina
Yes.
Salazar.
Yes, Ms.
I would
Salazar.
like to request that the non-substantive edits just correct my attendance on September 24th. The rest of it is great. I'm in there, but I'm just reflected as absent. Thank you.
Definitely. Staff will adjust that. Thank you for pointing that out. Moderator, please ask for any public comments on this agenda item.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. And Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the result?
Mary Jeong? I was absent, so I will abstain.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Soshi Leon?
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Abstain, absent.
Deirdre Robinson,
Abstain.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And then agenda items 14B, C, D, E, and F are the acceptance of the minutes of Committee on Professional Conduct for September 23rd, the Legislative Committee meeting on July 23rd, the Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting on July 8th, Qualifications Committee meeting on October 21st, and the Qualifications Committee meeting on July 28th. Do I have a motion to accept those collectively? Ms. Hines?
So moved.
Thank you. And do I have a second? Ms. Robinson, I see a hand. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members, on this agenda, these agenda items? Seeing no new hands, moderator, please ask for public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that Q&A, type I would like to make a comment, and send it to all panelists. No comments have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please do. Ms. Reed, please call for the vote and provide the results.
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Ariel Pay,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. And now moving on to agenda item 15, other business. A is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Report on meetings of the AICPA attended by a California Board of Accountancy representative. State Board committees. Ms. Salazar?
Thank you, President Corrigan. The State Board Committee did hold a virtual meeting on September 28th. That is since it's an AICPA committee, we were fortunate enough to get a lot of detail and also a little bit of a preview of some of the information that was conveyed as part of the NASBA annual meeting that was presented by AICPA. So there was information on exam update, the status of the practice analysis that the AICPA goes through to determine what CPAs do during their first 2 years to help guide exam content. And then there was discussion about the exam experience. And I mentioned that because one of the offers to the committee, or rather an ask, was that the State Board committee members actually participate by visiting a Prometric testing center, which, as you know, is the center which administers the national CPA exam. So I do want to report that I did take a secret shopper experience. I was able to go through and pretend to be a brand new candidate, go to Prometric, go through their security, witness the processes, and then take and complete a section of the exam. Now, the good news is I don't have to worry about the actual grade, and my results don't go in any of the testing population. So I won't, for good or bad, skew any results in any way, but it was very enlightening. And I share that because periodically through our State Board of Accountancy, you as board members are offered that opportunity. So I would strongly encourage you to consider doing it. You can either actually take the test or you can really just visit the facility and they know who you are and they know that you're observing. So you have some choices with different experiences. So if you are interested in that, I would suggest you contact Patty Bowers as she can coordinate that. And that offer does come out periodically to this board as part of our opportunity. So again, when we talk about exam experience, even if you're a licensee, I promise you it has probably changed quite a bit since you yourself took the exam. So with that, that really concludes my report on the AICPA State Board Committee. Thank you, President Corrigan.
Thank you. I want to comment that a few years ago, I did visit several Prometric sites just for quality control over the site, you know, the appearance, how they're maintaining it, et cetera. I didn't sit for the exam. I could have, but it is an interesting experience, members, if you want to consider doing that. Are there questions on this agenda item for Ms. Salazar? Members, any questions or comments? Seeing no hands raised, moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
The Q&A is now open. Members of the public, if you would like to participate, click on that Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to our panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you. And then agenda item 15B is National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, NASBA. The first one, report of NASBA Pacific Regional Director. They do have me there, and of course I start now. We're just kind of dovetailing with Katrina finishing. And one thing I can report is the breakout session, then ask Ms. Salazar to add any comments. So the Pacific Region breakout session, which was a part of the annual meeting, you know, CPA evolution is a huge topic, of course, right now, and it will be for some time. And one of the big concerns is, of course, where is it? How's it coming along? Will we be ready in January 2024 for this new exam? And the second thing is candidates who are in the middle, who are going to be partly prior exam, partly new exam. What happens? Are they penalized? Do they lose parts, et cetera? And NASBA is developing a mapping process so that this does not happen, so that candidates do not suffer or lose anything that they have accomplished on the prior format. So that's very, very important. Ms. Salazar, anything you want to add as the director at that time for that breakout session?
I would just point out, I believe that's the transition policy that you are referring to. And it was shared at the annual meeting, and I believe is being made available to the individual board. So thank you for highlighting that. I do have comments on the annual meeting portion when you get to that.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask you to definitely report on that. And if you want to go ahead and get started, and then I can add in, or I can get started and you can pick up pieces that I missed. I'm happy to have you do that, though, Ms. Salazar.
I am happy to follow in your steps, President Corrigan.
Oh, okay. You passed it right back. I'll take it. I'll take it. So November 2nd and 3rd was the annual meeting. I'm not sure if other members were able to attend that. It was virtual. They had hoped to do it in person in San Diego, so they're hoping to do that next year in November. Some of the focus items for 2021 were the occupational license issues, the deregulation, potential deregulation of critical professions, and the underlying harm that it would do. So there are very many legislative efforts by various states. We have heard previously from ARPL, the Alliance for Professional Licensing, formed by NASBA and AICPA, and their efforts in preventing this from happening and protecting professions such as ours. Second focus item was uniformity in the professions to strengthen it. And we talked earlier in this meeting about the importance and strength that consistency gives our profession. So uniformity in following the AICPA Code of Conduct, continuing education reciprocity, consistency amongst the states, and full mobility. So those are items. Another very important one, and we talked about this as well, it's kind of a continuing topic, is the pipeline, how to improve it, positioning the profession to enhance, attract, and encourage candidates and build a strong future for the profession. Very, very important. We had an update on CPA evolution and other related items. Surveys have been sent to CPA candidates and educators who are responding generally favorably, that they're kind of aware of what's going on in the evolution process, that educators are preparing their curriculums, following the model curriculum that has been provided as a guideline to get the students ready for this new exam. NASBA did disclose that they are investing a $10 million into their IT upgrades towards the new exam and how to integrate it with the various state boards. So that was good to hear. I thought an interesting topic was there is an Ernst & Young Career Path Accelerator program, and this is a program that Ernst & Young is providing to students who haven't chosen a master's degree path to help them work toward the 150-hour credit through internships. And it offers 10, 15, or 20 credit hours for $1,500, $2,000, or $2,500 respectively. The fee is paid to Education Institute and not to Ernst & Young, although Ernst & Young Foundation does provide scholarships. So this is an idea to make this more affordable for targeted skills. It's all education and accredited hours. It's transferable to other firms if not completed at Ernst & Young. Doesn't involve accounting hours. Their point being they're not competing with colleges and universities. No state-specific hours such as ethics, like California requires its own ethics, as does other states. Students get paid for working as an internship. They believe this will push more people to undergraduates who might not have gone for it, more into graduate programs to accomplish this. And they mentioned AACSB, Association to Advance Collegiate Schools of Business accreditation. We had legislative updates, again, just about deregulation, and there's a general trend nationally to promote and improve worker opportunity, economic mobility. A lot of that is focusing on military spouses, skilled immigrants, and former prisoners, that sort of thing. Next year, there are possible recommendations coming from federal agencies that will go to the White House Competition Council. NASBA and the AICPA will be monitoring this and, of course, keeping us all informed about this very complicated and important topic of deregulation. Another important one was diversity, equity, and inclusion, increasing gender and ethnic diversity on state boards and in the profession. The Center for Public Interest Trust is also promoting their student chapters to improve in this area as well. When I was at the business meeting as a new board member, I voted, actually as a representative of California, I voted on NASBA's bylaws changes. A lot of that was clarifying, getting terminology in, having to do with teleconferencing, nominating committees, clarifying language. They did establish a selection committee guideline in case a new president search were to become necessary, and procedures for an interim president in case that is necessary, establishing the last quarter of the year as for their annual meeting regularly to happen, and things such as that. I don't know, Ms. Salazar, if you can think of anything I've missed. They cover so much at those meetings, and so I tried to be thorough, but can you add anything to that?
That was very comprehensive. I thought it was a great summary. The one thing I would add 2 items in, and one is we talk in these meetings about evolution of CPA, and it's a shorthand for a lot of changes that are happening in the exam. So I would point out to those following us online and our own board members and people who might read this later is that there is a great one-stop website which will help direct you to more information called evolutionofcpa.org. And so it covers a lot of those, a lot of related information. It's a good way to connect educators to the new model curriculum that was launched and answer a lot of questions. So that is there. And the only other item I would highlight is really kind of specific for our board members here. NASBA is hoping to resume in-person meetings in 2022. So I do want to ask our board members to note on your calendar that the tentative dates for next year's annual meeting are within our state, and the event location is planned for San Diego, and that is October 30th through November 2nd. So all things that if they go well, hopefully it will be an in-person meeting, but I do want to put that on your radar that it will be in your own backyards. So thank you so much.
Yes, I think that this will be the third attempt to have it in San Diego live. So they're hoping to do that. I also attended the President's Chair's breakout session, and of course, CPA Evolution, spreading the word, informing everyone, and providing that link that Ms. Salazar mentioned. We got credit from the incoming chair of NASBA. He happens to be a California licensee in addition to a couple of other states, but very aware of our outreach events. And so at the national level, they're trying to do the same thing to kind of work on this pipeline issue and improve and enhance these, the appearance of, stress what a wonderful degree and profession and career that these young people can have in public accounting. Mentioned the increased Department of Labor audits, which we saw just a few years ago. Some of this was deferred by COVID and will be back on the rise, so we'll see results from that. So I think that's all that I have, and unless you have anything else, Ms. Salazar, I will see if Ms. Lopez, it looks like your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you very much, President Corrigan, and thank you, Member Salazar, for representing our board and our state at the NASBA annual meeting. I'm excited to hear that they'll attempt again to hold it in person in San Diego, and truly that is my backyard, so hopefully it'll all work the way it should. My question has to do with the commercial cannabis industry and business and how the CPA profession is intermingled into all of that. And I just was curious whether this conversation was happening at the NASBA conference, if you could just highlight it, if at all.
I don't know that I recall that as a particular topic, and I don't know if you recall, Ms. Salazar, that was anywhere in the materials?
It was not included in the materials. I believe it has been an element in the past where it has discussed, and that would be a great question for if we're looking for an update for maybe a regional call, which President Corrigan will be participating in going forward.
Anything else, members, on this agenda item regarding the NASBA committees and boards and annual meeting? Seeing no hands raised, moderator, would you please ask for public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. Simply click the Q&A icon and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. Board President, no requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Please do. And on that agenda item 15, I just want to report B2 lowercase b, computer-based test administration committee, no report because I've just been appointed, and that will happen next year where we will have reports. Relations with member boards committee, I don't know if there was anything further, Ms. Salazar. I think we pretty much covered it in and then no report on the CPE committee because again, you'll be taking over on that. So just wanting to make sure that we cover everything. Going on to agenda item 16, report on committee on professional conduct, legislative committee, enforcement reporting oversight committee. I believe today though under A and B, we will be hearing from our committee on professional conduct, followed by legislative committee. So 16A, Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you very much, President Corrigan. Our Committee on Professional Conduct, did meet yesterday afternoon, and I have just a few brief statements to share. Staff provided a presentation regarding proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 8.1. The proposed amendments would reduce the Uniform Certified Public Accountant Examination Notice to Schedule, mouthful, expiration period from 9 months to 6 months. The 6-month time frame would align California with 43 other states that already have a 6-month time frame, and it may allow candidates to move through the pipeline faster. The CPC did not take action on this item, however, and instead directed staff to place this item on hold for now and to bring it back for consideration to the committee at a future date when it can possibly be bundled with other requested changes from NASBA for CPA evolution. And that concludes my my remarks on this committee. Thank you.
You. Any comments, questions, or anything from other members on this agenda item? Seeing no hands, moderator, would you please check for public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, just a moment. Ms. Salazar?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, my technical difficulties. Just a comment that I have just in general on this is in my role, which Nancy has assumed at the regional level, I have been hearing that other states have been actively changing this, and with their time frames, not all of them, but several even within our region have already addressed it at board meetings. So because most states are faster at making changes, we will be an outlier given our time frame for processing. So it is doesn't impact necessarily the motion, but I do just want to point out that we will likely be sort of left standing alone and create a little bit of differences. As you know, just wanted to point out we're gonna probably be at 9 months longer than most other states because of our time frame. So we should
Thank
be
you, Ms.
prepared.
Salazar. I appreciate your input.
Thank you. And now, moderator, we are ready for any public comments.
Yes, the Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen. And if you would like to participate, click that Q&A icon and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been received. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please do. Thank you. Moving on to agenda items 16B, 1 and 2, our legislative committee, Ms. Xochitl Leon, our chair.
Thank you so much. Happy to report key highlights from November 18th, 2021 Legislative Committee discussion. So this agenda item 16B2, the main update and the only update was a discussion around the final actions and outcomes on legislation to the California Board of Accountancy and the position that we took and monitored in 2021. So staff provided an overview of the final disposition of bills considered during the 2021 legislative session on which the CBA had previously taken a position or the CBA was monitoring. This includes Assembly Bill 298, which was sponsored by the CBA. The legislature will reconvene on January 3rd of 2022 to begin the second year of the legislative session. No action was taken at this time on this agenda item, and that was it. Those are my updates for the legislative committee.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions or comments in this section of the agenda on this report or from Ms. Leon? Seeing no hands raised, moderator, would you ask for public comment, please?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that Q&A icon and type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Please, thank you. I'm now moving on to agenda item 17, which is officer elections, and going to take us through the officer election process before we then focus on A, B, and C for our various positions. So each year, the CBA elects the CBA president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. The CBA officer elections will be held in the following order: secretary treasurer first, followed by vice president, and then president. Attachments 1 through 3 are statements of qualifications from CBA members. Katrina Salazar, CPA, seeking to serve as CBA Secretary Treasurer. Mark Silverman, Esquire, seeking to serve as CBA Vice President. And Michael Savoy, CPA, seeking to serve as CBA President. Prior to the leadership position vote, members that have not previously submitted a statement of qualifications will have an opportunity to express interest in the position, and all candidates will be given up to 5 minutes of floor time to describe why they are qualified for the position. Once all candidates are identified for the position and they have been provided the opportunity to address the CBA, a vote will be taken for each candidate, starting in alphabetical order by the candidate's last name. The first nominee to receive a majority vote will win the officer position. The newly elected president, vice president, and secretary-treasurer will assume their respective offices at the conclusion of this meeting and will serve one-year terms. Under agenda item 17A, secretary-treasurer, at this time, Katrina L. Salazar, CPA, has submitted a statement of qualifications for the secretary-treasurer position. I would like to open the floor and see if any additional members would like to serve in the position. If any member would like to be considered for the position of Secretary Treasurer, please use the hand raise feature, and candidates would be given up to 5 minutes of floor time to describe why they are qualified for the position. Anybody interested in the position of Secretary Treasurer who has not previously submitted a letter of interest? I see no hands. So members, do I see a motion in connection with the member who has? Ms. Salazar? I see your hand, or Ms.
No,
Hines?
that was a random movement. My apologies, President Corrigan.
Okay. Ms. Hines?
I move to close nominations for this position.
Thank you. And are you moving to accept Ms. Salazar's?
Oh, yes. If I can do both, move to close nominations and accept Salazar.
I mean, somebody expressed an interest over and above the one who already did, so I'm just assuming we can go ahead and make a motion.
Yes.
Unless I'm incorrect about that.
This is legal, that's fine.
Yeah, staff, whichever is the easiest path for us, that's what I'd like to move. So
great. Thank you. And do I have a second, Mr. Jacobson?
I second the motion that the nominations be closed and that Katrina Salazar be elected to the position.
Good, thank you. And members, any further discussion before we open for public comment? Seeing no hands, moderator, please ask for any comments from the public.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. If you'd like to participate, click the Q&A icon, type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please do. Thank you. Ms. Reed, would you call for the vote and provide the results?
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and congratulations, Ms. Salazar, on your new appointment. Moving on to agenda item 17B, Vice President. At this time, Mark J. Silverman, Esquire, has submitted a statement of qualifications for the Vice President position. I would like to open the floor and see if any additional members would like to serve in this position. If any member would like to be considered for the position of Vice President, please use the hand raise feature. And candidates will be given up to 5 minutes of floor time to describe why they are qualified for the position. If any members who are interested in running for this position, other than the member who has already submitted his letter of interest. I'm seeing no hands, so members, may I have a motion? Ms. Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I make a motion to accept Mr. Silverman's nomination for Vice President.
Thank you. Ms. Owens?
Second that motion.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion on this agenda item before I open for public comment? Seeing no hands, moderator, please ask for public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. If you would like to participate, click the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Reed, call for the vote and provide the result.
Mary Jiang, I'm sorry, Mary?
Yes.
Thank you. Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Silverman. Moving on to agenda item 17C, which is election of the president. At this time, Michael M. Savoy, CPA, has submitted a statement of qualifications for the president position. I would like to open the floor and see if any additional members would like to serve in this position. If any member would like to be considered for the position of president, please use the hand raise feature, and candidates will be given up to 5 minutes of floor time to describe why they are qualified for the position. Are there any members who are interested in applying for the position of president other than the one who has already submitted a letter of interest? And I'm not seeing any hands. So members, may I have a motion? Ms. Lopez?
Thank you, President Corrigan. Yes, I do. I would like to move forward the motion to elect Mr. Savoy as president of the CBA.
Thank you. And Ms. Robinson, do I have a second?
I second that emotion.
Thank you. Was that motion or emotion? I think that was emotion.
I said motion, but you know what I'm saying. I second the motion and the emotion.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion, members, before we open for public comment? And I am seeing no hands. Moderator, please open for public comment.
Q&A is now open. If you would like to participate, click the Q&A icon, type, "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. No requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Reed, once again, call for the vote, provide the result.
Mary Jiang,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Soshi Leon,
Yes.
Luz Molina Lopez,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Deirdre Robinson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Mark Silverman,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Savoy. That's excellent. Very good.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to agenda item 18, which is closing business. This is agenda items for future CBA meetings, and if any member would like to request a topic to be considered to be placed on a future CBA meeting agenda, please do so by using the hand raise feature and wait to be called upon. Ms. Hines?
This is actually more of a closing business item. I just wanted to thank you, President Corrigan, for your leadership and your tenure as president. I know that you have a lot of experience dealing with working with the CBA. However, you came into you were appointed to the board and, immediately jumped into leadership. And you have led really admirably, particularly through, a trying time and, through the pandemic. And I know we're saying this all over the place, like everyone is, commending folks for their work and leadership through the pandemic. But I just think we cannot reiterate enough our appreciation for and admiration for folks who stepped up to lead through these times. I know they were challenging and trying. You did it, with great grace and patience. I know I, have had the opportunity to talk with you about a number of things, and I just really have appreciated the work that you've done. So I wanted to be the first to thank you for your leadership, and then also to congratulate our other members for stepping up into leadership. It takes a lot of time to lead a appointed board, and we're all volunteers, and we have professional lives and other things that we're doing. And so I appreciate you all for stepping up and volunteering your time to oversee, to take on this responsibility. So thank you all for your work.
Thank you. That is really appreciated. Ms. Jiang, I see your hand, and then I see Mr. Savoy. Ms. Jiang?
Yes, I also want to echo what Ms. Hines said about your leadership. You and I both were appointed, came on the board at the same time in 2018. And they say, and I'm proud to, serve with members here and this esteemed organization. However, I wanted to just let the member know that my first term expire in November 26th of this year. And after some careful consideration and thought, I'm going to inform members that I'm not going to seek reappointment. This year and last year has been tremendous for me. My mom passed away in August of 2020, and we had to deal with the fallout that. And then this year, I got some health issue. Found out that they found a lump in my breast, and so you can imagine some of the things I'm gonna have to go through for surgery, chemo, and radiation. And my doctor says, Mary, you're gonna have to reduce your workload and reduce your stress, and that includes all voluntary type activity. So I have to inform Addie Bowers and President Corrigan that this will be my last meeting. So I just want to say goodbye, and I'm I'm proud to serve all of you guys, and I know you guys will carry forth the good work. And I'll watch you guys on the website and see all these changes is coming through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And we do expect you to be watching and following us along the way, but taking care of yourself. And Ms. Hines, I want to thank you so much for those very, very warm, heartfelt comments. I do appreciate that. Mr. Savoy and then Mr. Jacobson.
I just want to say that I'm honored and humbled in your electing me as president to lead this board for a third time. And I want to thank Nancy for 2 years of working together with you. Has been really, really enjoyable. Thank you again.
Mr. Savoy and Mr. Jacobson.
Either December 31st or January 1st is the last day of my grace period. So this will probably be my last meeting. The speaker has kindly recommended that the president appoint me to the Federal Election Commission. That seems to be down the road a bit, but I want to thank all of my fellow board members. Some of our discussions have been spirited, but ultimately we have progressed. And I also want to thank staff for its great support. So thank you very much, and I'll see you around campus.
I just want to remind everybody we are still going to finish that agenda item A and go to public comment, but I'm kind of allowing us to do what we're doing right now. Mr. Jacobson, congratulations on that appointment and thank you for your service. Mr. Silverman,
it's not an appointment yet.
Oh,
it's recommendation.
Oh, okay.
People in
We're going
Congress have recommended it.
We're going to keep our fingers crossed for you, so we'll do that. Okay. Mr. Silverman, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to add my thanks to Nancy for her service and the superlative job that she's done. And as Ms. Hines said, she jumped right into the fray and took the bull by the horn. And it's been a very good 2 years with you at the helm. And I want to thank Mary and Dan for their service, and we wish them well, and we don't want them to be a stranger. And I just want to end by saying, if we were all in the room together, we would all stand up and clap for everybody, which I wish we could do.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Silverman. That is so correct. And I want to say that I don't really want to take all the credit for anything, because CBA has a wonderful staff and wonderful leaders at the helm, and they do so much for us and make this possible, and I sincerely mean that. Ms. Bowers, I see your hand raised.
Well, we're fortunate to have President Corrigan here in the room with us, so we'll be telling her our thank yous and celebrating here before we end today. But I want to just, on behalf of all the staff, thank President Corrigan. It has been a very unusual couple years, especially this last one, and it has taken a lot of time and commitment on her part. Many of the members probably don't know how frequent we have been in contact, but it really has been a busy year for President Corrigan, and we've all sincerely appreciated her leadership, her support, and her time this past year. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, you all made my job much easier than it would have been. And I do need to make sure, members, that whether you have any topics to be considered for future agenda items, and if you have none, seeing no hands raised, moderator, we need to ask that same question for the public. Thank you.
Members of the public, the Q&A is now open. The instructions on the screen, simply click on the Q&A icon, type "I would like to make a comment," and send it to all panelists. I do see individual identified as Jason Fox would like to make a comment. Jason, I'm going to submit a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment.
Jason Fox with the California Society of CPAs. I don't know if I'm going to answer your question, Ms. Corrigan, but I do want to lend our voice, and I agree with Mr. Silverman. This is one of those meetings where I wish we were in person to celebrate and recognize all of the hard work of the volunteers. I know it's a lot of extra time and hours you put in beyond your day jobs to support the Board of Accountancy and what you do for the consumers and the profession in California. So special shout out to Ms. Corrigan for the last 2 years. Have been very challenging, but I think you've hit those head on, and recognition to Mr. Jacobson as a very thoughtful public member, which is very important on a Board of Accountancy, and Ms. Young with her her perspective as a smaller firm representative. So thank you for your service. We appreciate it. And Mr. Savoy, round 3, looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
No further requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please do. Mr. Fox, thank you so much for your generous comments, and we do appreciate working together with Cal CPA on the outreach events and other things that we're able to do for the benefit of future licensees of California and along the lines of consumer protection. So at this time, members, I want to thank you for the privilege to have served you. It was truly very rewarding for me, and I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Bye, Mary. Bye, Dan.